that highlights the creativity and ingenuity of our researchers and innovators. We encourage you to actively participate in this conference, engage with the presenters, ask questions, and don't forget to spare time. And at the end, visit our exhibition spaces. This year's engagements take place at a time when the relationship between research, innovation, and real-world application is more important than ever. The conversations we begin here today sit at the intersection of knowledge, innovation, and societal transformation. So as we move through the program, may we all remain engaged, respect time, and contribute meaningfully to the discussions. And on this, allow me to make a very important practical point that will help us to move smoothly throughout this day. We kindly ask all the presenters and the session chairs to keep strictly to time, as this will ensure that every contributor gets a fair opportunity within our program. With these few remarks, I once again welcome you to Kyambogo University and wish you a productive and rewarding conference. Thank you. Yes, it is now my honor to invite the chair of the organizing committee, the Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Idris Mugampoza, to deliver the opening remarks.
I beg for a better round of applause for Dr. Chimoli. And now for myself. Thank you so much. Dr. Savannah composed a steam song. I don't know why she doesn't want us to steam people as we get into these formalities. Do you have it? You have a judge here. I may have to steam the audience together with him. There you go. Judge. It's when great. I'm seeing Thank you. I saw Dini Chazike, but I don't know where she disappeared. I'm trying to lobby her. I composed a song for this world. But I know science, I don't know how to sing, and I don't know how to compose songs. So I'm trying to collaborate with the arts and humanities, with the performing arts, to see whether we can, I can compose a song on food hygiene and food safety. So when is it coming so that I can also get likes? For now, I have 0 likes. Secondly, before I go into formalities, let me appreciate I will be there, teams. You have really done a lot for us. We don't take that for granted. And secondly, Savannah, was this an AI generated song? Because the theme is on AI and competence-based. So, but at least the audience can see the meaning of competencies in designing a song in less than 1 day, hopefully using AI tools. In the future, I'll need to use AI to learn how to stretch the legs and become a better dancer. And lastly, on the lighter note, the team will define each of the concepts on this banner here, the backdrop. Because things are not random cartoons onto that banner. Every symbol has a meaning, aligning to the current theme of the day, competence-based and AI. At least that song was better than Mukube Peva. I think you'll allow me to ride on the protocol that has been listed by my colleague, Dr. Chimuli File. My name is Edrisa Mugampoza, the Dean Faculty of Science, the chair of the organizing team. It's my pleasure to welcome to Kyambogo University for this very, very important conference and STEAM festival. So on behalf of Faculty of Science, and on the behalf of the university at large, allow me to extend our warmest appreciation to each and every one of you for taking time to be here and contribute to this vibrant platform of knowledge exchange, innovation, and collaboration. This gathering reflects our shared commitment to advance science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics as powerful drivers of sustainable development. As a university, we are deeply aware that challenges facing our society today require interdisciplinary solutions. And for me, that's very critical. Last week, we had visitors from the University of West England. It's one of the most powerful universities in this planet. They told us they don't do research that doesn't impact society. I think we need to go to that direction. So whenever people come up with research projects, the first question will be, how will society benefit? And you can't do that when you're working in silos. Science can't deliver solutions without the important contribution from other fields. So this festival and the conference provide an opportunity for researchers, students, and innovators to showcase our work and share ideas and be able to inspire one another. One will wonder how personally I got inspired to lead these efforts. You just learn it from another platform and pick an inspiration. So that's part of our aims for this platform. It's a moment to reflect on how teaching, research, and innovation can be aligned with national priorities. Now we are in NDP4, so we want to align ourselves to contribute to national development. So I would like to encourage all the participants, as my colleague has done, to actively engage in all the sessions that we are providing. So to our invested guests and partners, we are so grateful for your continued support and collaboration. Your presence underscores the importance of collective effort in advancing research and innovation for the benefit of humanity. The beloved students who are here and online, you are the heart of STEAM Festival. Please take full advantage of the opportunity to learn, ask questions, be inspired to push the boundaries of your potential. Allow me to acknowledge the following participants and sponsors who may be present here. First of all, the guest speakers for the different sessions. Secondly, we have visiting professors. The first one is Prof. Pastori Bushozi Magayane. Is he here? By any good luck, there he is. He belongs to the Department of Archaeology and Heritage Management at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. and is here on the Inter-University Council East African Staff Mobility Program. Then we have Professor Richard Scott Knox. Is he around or he will come later? This one is from the Department of English, Troy University, USA, as a Fulbright scholar. We have colleagues from STI, Office of President, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Butabika National Referral Mental Hospital, the National Curriculum Development Center, Makerere University, Crown Beverages, Primatrix Institutes, TRN Fashion House, Kushaba Science Hub, they exhibit science tools and equipment, and Kanyike. Kanyike Skilling Center is a private sector who have come to exhibit that Ferrari car. They say they have made the first Ferrari, you know those speedy cars, in Africa. So they want to exhibit it with us here, and an electric tuku-tuku. So you'll go and enjoy those exhibits by Kanyike Skilling Center. Nansana. Secondary school, is Gayaza here yet? Not yet, they are coming, they confirm they will exhibit during the 3 days. Ndeje Senior Secondary School, are you here? On the way in the traffic jam, Bombo Road. They will exhibit. Budo Senior Secondary School, on the way, Masaka Road jam. Are they here? Rise up for recognition. There you are. You can sit, Budo Aces. Are you the one who sings so nicely? Aha, you do Jatua Capella. Springfield High School, are they here? They are on the way. Samiga Memorial School and Uganda Matters College Sunday. This time my OGs would have wanted to be here, but they sent an apology. They have exams the whole of this week. For Kyambogo, I'm really very grateful to acknowledge Dean of Students. The Student Guild did a lot in mobilizing students, counseling and guidance. Department of Performing Arts have a representative. Office of AR, Convocation, University Library, Faculty of Social Science, they have some speakers. Faculty of Social Needs and Rehabilitation, Faculty of Arts and Humanities. Agriculture had a hitch just yesterday. So we had to move their tent and give it to another person, but we acknowledge them, they are permanent partners. Engineering had the same problem yesterday. The Business Incubation Center, School of Art and Industrial Design, that beautiful giraffe and other exhibits. School of Vocational Studies, they will even entertain us more. School of Management and Entrepreneurship, School of Computing and Information Science, Directorate of ICTs, Bushenyi Campus, Soroti Campus, Faculty of Science. I could have missed one of you. I'm really sorry for that. But allow me also to acknowledge the media. And finally, allow me to appreciate the various teams that have put this activity in place. You know, to deliver such a thing, so many people play their role, and we need to acknowledge them somehow. You will not allow me to read the team leaders, but the team leaders and your teams, if you are available, you can stand up for recognition. Dr. Savara Nwagaba is the overall coordinator. She was here. I think she's in the stalls now. The convener of the conference, Dr. Ann Nakajiri, she's in Europe. I hope she survives the missiles. We really pray that she comes back safely soon. I think she will be with us on the closing ceremony. And the people who really were in charge of the conference, the abstracts, and a technical team were Dr. Savannah herself, Dr. William Wanasolo, Dr. Philip Chimuli, who was here, and Mr. Hannington Kati. Are you around? Ah, they are. Secretariat is led by Madame Viola and Madame Ruth, but they have 4 other team members. Then the committee members, Mr. Ruben Trinomujuni is not here. Jennifer Sibo, she's handling protocol. And then we have Sarah Kakoza, Herbert Mukala's Winnie Nachiyaga, Mr. Roderick Muhumore, Johnson Twinamasiko, Timothy Magezi, Alon Molinda. This one is for elections next week. Convocation, Alon Molinda. And then Nahwera Lois, a brand new doctor. So those people have a big team behind them, and we appreciate them so sincerely. So lastly, let me appreciate the Guild President and his team for all the mobilization. I emphasize to remind the guests who are here that if the team can't take care of your catering, we have an affordable provider, just the tent behind the exhibition stalls. Very, very lenient prices. So I urge all of you, team members, the committee, to support the public with various information so that they can have the best experience of the event. The judges, adjudicators, I request you to be impartial so that on Thursday you give us the best winning teams for posters, for exhibits and the conference sessions. So I wish you all fruitful deliberations, meaningful interactions, and a rewarding experience over the next 2 days or 3 days. This one is already counted, so the next 2 days after this one. Let me remind you finally that the official opening of the event is today at midday. So as we go through, let's also be aware of that and come and enjoy the opening ceremony at the end of this conference session. Once again, I welcome you so much, Kyambogo University. Knowledge and skills for service for God and my country. Thank you, sir.
Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much. The chair organizing committee, as you can see, things are getting sweeter. I don't want to use the Uganda kind of version where we are saying the conference, next team, bitandise okumpomera. That's where we are getting. But when Professor was speaking, he emphasized the link between what we are doing and what is happening in the real world. We are talking of the NDP 4, the National Development Plan 4, which is our critical planning document that is guiding us in the next 5 years. And we are also thinking of being able to we have an ambitious plan to expand Uganda's economy from a 50 billion US dollars economy to about 500 billion economy in what we call the tenfold growth strategy. And when you look at the anchor sectors of the tenfold growth strategy, we have 4 sectors that have been deemed critical to take us to the next kind of Dubai, UAE. When you look at the documents and the things we have on paper, if we can be able to execute this plan, we should be able to be like UAE in the next 15 years. So you now need to start warming up. Yes, one of the critical sectors is agro-industrialization, which is supported by science and technology, mineral development, but we also have a critical sector, independent sector on science and technology. So you can see we are in real alignment. In short, we are in the thing. So without wasting much of our time, I will now welcome the session chair. For this, we shall have presentations. And because of time, you will forgive us that we shall try to stick to about 10 minutes maximum to be able to stick within the time. As Professor said, we are supposed to have a grand official opening of this engagement at exactly midday. And we want the protocol and others, as they join us, they should find us when we are done with this first part of the session. So I want to salute you and thank you. My name is Matson. I work in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics. And it is always a great pleasure when I see my lecturers to salute them. Dr. Omeke, Michael is here. You can wait for the people here. Some of us who came from the Department of Mathematics, and Dr. Victoria Kakoza, they are here. They taught us, so my lecturers, I always salute them when I get an opportunity. And others who taught us indirectly. We shall appreciate you at the end of the STEAM Festival. Thank you. Dr. Wycliffe Sebunjo, you can join us here and then be able to take us through the next segment where we shall be having the presentations and then we move forward. Thank you.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
21 to 20. 9 a.m. sharp. Stem. It's Kyambogo Festival. It's
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as you've heard from the MC, I'm Sebunjo Wycliffe, Department of Mathematics and Statistics, and I'm going to moderate the next session of presentation. But before that, I have critically observed that we have one secondary school in attendance. And what I understand, they are not aware that I'm actually part of them. So, Budo SS, A-level, can you stand up, please, for recognition? Yes. 20 years ago, I put on that uniform. 20 years ago. Yes, I'm very happy to see you. You're most welcome to Kyambogo University. We are happy to be with you here. Yeah, you can have your seat. Oh, thanks be to God. I'm told that I'm 5 years old. Not really. So I left that uniform 20 years ago. Yes. And from there, I actually joined Kyambogo University. Yes. So I'm happy to be with you here. So greetings to my teachers, Mr. Mwonge, Mr. Senabulia, etc. Yeah, I'm happy to see you. Olevo, hey. All right. My session is to conduct the presentations, and I want to take this opportunity to invite our first presenter. She is the head of department, biology, Kyambogo University, and she is going to present to us a presentation that's focused on exploration of plant-based solutions to fungal infections. And you may recognize that this is a growing area of importance, and she highlights how these natural compounds can contribute to addressing critical challenges in disease management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Asio Santa Maria.
All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Asio Santa Maria from the Department of Biological Sciences. My presentation is on bioactive chemical screening and laboratory antifungal activity of Balanitis aegyptica extracts against Candida albicans and Aspergillus flavus This presentation is part of an ongoing research, and the members in this team are Dr. Gumla Ivan from the Department of Chemistry. We also had an MPH student called Mwanguzulula Godzede, Kigozi Steven, Ekakoro Newton, and Thomas Eboy. Just a brief background. We know that fungal infections are on the rise, and this is globally. They're on the rise globally, and they are developing resistance to most of the modern drugs. And this is prompting most people to get alternatives to therapies of the diseases they are having. Some of them are using herbal extracts at the moment to treat as alternatives to those therapies to treat diseases. Community worldwide have always used these herbal products to treat diseases. And of course, Africa is not exclusive. In Uganda, one of the most used trees to treat diseases is the desert date tree known as Balanitis aegyptica. And most times this is used when there is limited access to treatment or access to hospitals. The plant usually produces bioactive compounds that it uses to defend itself against infections and diseases. Communities in Ajeluk village, Olela Parish, Katakwi district, have also used this tree in the treatment of stomach problems as well as skin infections. And this was used as a therapy during the COVID-19 pandemic era. This study carries out this study has been carried out scientifically to test for the antifungal infections. And since this tree is also partly becoming endangered, finding medical use for it will help people in that community to protect it and conserve it. The study organisms were Candida albicans. I think the fungal infections are generally called, I think, Nkwaso in Luganda. But the ones we used are Candida albicans and Aspergillus flavus, which usually attacks foods. Both of them are public health importance. Why balanitis? Balanitis has been used traditionally by most communities. And the community that we identified was Ajeluk village in Katakwi. They use it to treat quite most of the infections. So this study aimed at looking at the antifungal properties of Balanitis aegyptica to scientifically find out the bioactive compounds bioactive compounds that are in it, and also that are used for the treatment of various diseases. The objectives that we looked at were to find the bioactive chemicals as well as the antifungal activity of the sweet and sour Balanitis, the desert tree. This shows where the samples were obtained from in Ajeluk village, Olela Parish, Ngariam County in Katakwi. The study was experimental, and we used the agar well diffusion method to find the susceptibility. And tests were done in triplicate to avoid errors. This just shows an overview how we made our samples to the lab. We collected them from the Ajeluk village, brought them to the lab in Kyambogo, dried them, we ground them, and then we did the extraction. Before we did that, we had to find the botanical authentication of this plant. So we took it to Makerere University, and they gave us the voucher names. The sweet balanitis was given the voucher number of 51161, and the sour balanitis was given the number of 51162. So thereafter is now, when they are dried, we began the extraction, and we used the method described by Dhawan and Gupta 2016 and Padley 2014, and percentage yields were obtained by using the final dried extracts to the original weight of the plant. To characterize the plant, we had to have some qualitative screening, and after qualitative screening, we had to assign whether it was low, moderate, or high. And then for the determination of the activity, we had to use the agar well diffusion, where we had to grow the fungi, and then we had to put in the extract. And where the clear zone was seen is what we measured to make a conclusion on the zones of inhibition. Results and discussion. For the extracts, we saw that the sour variety had the highest phenolic and cormorants. So it was much more higher in phenolic and cormorants, while the sweet one was higher in alkaloids and glycosides. And the reason that we found out was that they were attributed, these differences were due to pests that had pressure on the two varieties, but also their metabolic activity as well as the underlying genetic factors. This is in line with some of the authors that we looked at, Murphy, Ntiema, and Okwasa, who looked at also the plants in different areas, and they found out that the differences in metabolic abundance usually explain these variations. And then for the extraction of the chemical compounds in it, we saw that methanol was the best when we used the three liquids, methanol, N-hexane, and dichloromethane. And this is due to its polarity. It's good at dissolving the natural products in the plant or chemicals in the plant. And this was in line with Madu, who also said that polar liquids usually are good at dissolving medicinal plants. Just to what I've explained can be seen in this. I know it may not be seen properly, but where the alkaloids are, you can see that sweet balanitis, we abbreviated L for leaves, S for stem, and R for roots, had the most alkaloids and also glycerides, while for the sour balanitis, it was mainly the phenolics that were more, and the cormorants. And this graph just shows the extraction, the liquids that were used for extraction. And it shows, as I have already explained, methanol was the most liquid that extracted the bioactive compounds, followed by dichloromethane and N-hexane. For the antifungal activity, we saw that the stems, the stem and the root barks were the ones that were most effective in stopping growth of Candida albicans. And this is because of the to make it much more efficient than the modern drug itself. These explanations I've given are seen in these results, where you see that the root barks and the stem barks were much more effective than the positive control or the leaves. So also for the sour roots and the sour stem barks, they were also much more important. So they were all effective in disrupting or stopping the growth of the fungi. So is this one, Aspergillus flavus. So in conclusion, we found out that methanol, the polar solvent, was the most effective in extracting bioactive compounds. Then the sweet variety, as we saw in the results, yielded useful extract amounts than the sour variety, although the sour variety also extracted more. The stem showed that it had the highest antifungal activity to stop the growth of the fungi. And this suggests that it can be a potential extract for use in the treatment of diseases or in fungi. When we looked at both varieties, the sweet and the sour variety of Balanitis aegyptica had those strong inhibitory effects on the fungi. My overall conclusion is that this plant has a potential for treatment of fungal infections, and this can be used in the treatment of diseases when developed. My recommendations are more studies should be done to confirm the safety of these extracts, and since it is a potential drug, it can be also used for actual development of medicinal drugs. These were some of the references that were used. I acknowledge the Kyambogo University 8th Competitive Grant Committee that sponsored this study, and I also acknowledge the communities in Ajeluk village, Olela sub-county, Ngariam in Katakwi. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santa Maria. Allow me touch the Constitution because I have the authority. So, Mr. Boniface, kindly reach out to us if you're around. We can't find you. So on that note, I'll call the third presenter. That is Dr. Maria Theresa Kagwa, lecturer, environment science, Kyambogo University. Her study is about environmental monitoring and sustainability. She's examining pollution patterns in industrial areas, providing important insights to policy and community protection. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed, and special acknowledgement for our youngsters from high school. Thank you so much. We look forward that one day you'll join us here. Dr. Mary Kagwa, and I'm here to share our research findings so far that we've done. And we're working together with Dr. Grace Bachaita, and we are both in the Department of Environmental Science, and also Dr. Amanda Enyimo from Biological Sciences Department, and our student, Miss Catherine Kabugo. This research has been funded by the 10th call of Kyambogo University Individual Competitive Research Grant for 2025-2026. The topic of discussion is unmasking pollution gradients in effluent impacted small rivers of Mukono Industrial Area, Uganda, evidence from repeated site monitoring. A brief background. We all know as population growth is on the rise, and we have demands as the population grows. We have needs that have to, basic needs that have to be met. And with time, it calls for growth also, enhancement of industrial setups all over. And this is not only here in Uganda, but happens basically globally. However, as we set up the industries to address the needs of the different populations, there are also challenges that have come up, because also we need resources that will be needed to feed these industries, and it all comes from the environment. With time, you see that there's that imbalance that has been created, where you have that we siphon so much out of the environment, and we get to be able to build and get products and services, but at the end of the day, we find that we put back the waste, because all processes, there will always be a waste somewhere, and we do not treat these wastes, and at the end of the day, they cause havoc in the layman's language. This is not only globally, but also regionally here. As we indicate, some of the researchers, many research has been going on. Even our colleagues here, like in Rwanda, they found the same challenge, others in Ethiopia. So these are all issues that have come up. When we come back home here in Uganda, we know that there is a call, fast tracking, as the former colleagues have mentioned, in DP4. There's a lot of talk on that, and it is envisaged that to address, the economic growth, a lot of it they are really targeting in industrialization. But as we try to set up these industries, the environment has been really compromised, and hence this is where we have this the idea that came up to be able to carry out this research. Uganda's rapid industrial growth, especially in Mukono industrial area, if you're from Mukono side, you see all those industries. And of course, when they're releasing waste, they release them in those small rivers that you see that flow through them. However, these are rivers that not so much has been done about them. Probably only a little bit has been done on River Namamve, which goes through the industrial park, the designated industrial park. And but these other rivers in the larger industrial area, there is really little work that has been done, and therefore there is no really scientific evidence that can support even the managers, if at all they wanted to do any kind of monitoring and management activities. Hence this project. Our study objectives overall were to create a comprehensive water pollution tracking framework for Mukono industrial area using an integrated approach. One of them, the first objective, is to characterize spatial and temporal contexts of selected water quality parameters on those river systems, to map and monitor water pollution hotspots in the aquatic systems that are flowing through this industrial area. And later, we also plan to come up with a water quality index that will be useful for management and monitoring purposes. This is the area. If you come from Mukono, basically you drive through. Every time you see all those industries that are along the way, and even when you go in a little bit of some kilometers inside, they're all industries that side, okay? And we focused on two small, we call them first order streams or rivers, and two of them called Kasala and Mola rivers in two sub-counties, that is Nachisunga and Nama. Basically, we don't have information, as I've mentioned earlier, so it's just like we can just estimate the river lengths, probably like 15 kilometers, something like that. Average depth is 0.5 meters, and the width is just like 2 to 3 meters. This map here, this guy's presentation is just to show you the different industries, what they represent. We have different, what they rather manufacture, the products. We have industries that really manufacture blankets, iron sheets, name it, paper, paint, and all that. If you see the photo images on the other side, they show you some bit of scenarios that are along these rivers, okay, and the activities. In addition to what I've indicated here, we have also bricklaying, and also there are people who are using this water for domestic purposes, for also animals and the like. The confluence basically is where these two rivers that we researched on, where they converge, and then they flow to River Sezibwa, which goes to Lake Choga. Briefly, this is what we looked into. Basically, it was a purposive sampling. The sites were basically chosen to represent distinct ecological and pollution gradients. Upstream, we referred there would be our reference sections, because we are shown, and indeed when you go there, there's limited. I'm not saying 100% there's no activity, but at least it's really limited compared to the midstream, where there's a lot of activity and where most of these industries are set up. And then to the confluence zone, where these rivers now pour all that they've kind of accumulated along the way. And yeah, then we also to be able to tap into those, assess the cumulative effects. Those were the physical parameters. Because of time, I will not go through them. The chemicals parameters, the many heavy metals, given the industries that are along or in that area, there are many heavy metals you can really work on. We selected 5 of them, as I'll show you why. Biological indicators, by microbiology and macrozoobenthos. And then also, it is part of the objectives to create a water quality index, and also which would be informed also by the cluster analysis. These are the heavy metals, and why we focused on those. These are the industries we see, like for example, Kasala midstream. It goes through different factories, paint, mining, steel industry. And then there are also other areas where we have Mola also going through, where there's steel manufacturing and all like. If you know those factories, that side there's Tiang. I think that area, there are quite a number of industries in that whole section. Quickly, I'll go through some of the physical parameters that we are able to really to work on. Oxygen, which is very important for the survival of the fauna in the aquatic systems, and of course also the flora, in aquatic plants. And with low oxygen, when you realize, when you see on that graph, you see that we have, for example, Kasala midstream, where you see very high concentrations during the wet season, which is indicated as green there, where we have the highest. And even when you see where we made the selection of the heavy metals, we see that there is a lot input at that point. And the wet season, basically, we have enhanced amount of oxygen coming in with the rain. The waters are oxygenated, whereas in the dry season, really, we have very low oxygen levels. So with that stress coming in from the effluence from the industries, you can imagine how also the aquatic organisms are really struggling. And also, so far, I will not present it for now, but we realize that also the animals or aquatic species that are dwelling there, like for microzoobenthos, you have opportunistic species that can be able to survive in those kind of ecological stresses. Total suspended solids, again, we see still that during the wet season, as expected, there is a lot of runoff that is going on, a lot of sediment that is being eroded, and of course it contains these chemicals. and total suspended solids kind of as a carrier for contaminants and like nutrients, microbes, heavy metals, and also overall they also reduce water clarity. The water still is also highly degraded, and also to think of the communities that are downstream that depend on this water. This also is a challenge. We have for nutrient enrichment coming in still from the different industrial activities. Total phosphorus is known to enhance nutrient enrichment, causing a process what we call eutrophication, and by which is basically stimulating of algal blooms. So wherever you go on water and you see a lot of green or even any other coloration coming from algae, phosphorus is usually the main element that is creating that and enhancing that growth. So we realize that total phosphorus also, you see also during the wet season, we see that there's a lot of input, and of course this is manifested all through, right from upstream of these rivers up to the confluence. Dry season also, because there's not much also flowing through, also it's indicated that during the dry season the rains are really minimal, and there's also high variation in the concentrations. So this is what occurs, also highly influenced by the season. Heavy metals. Here we just gave a kind of average for each month, and just to focus, when you see usually iron, and it is well documented, iron, when you are dealing with it together with other heavy metals, you have to be cautious, given that also there is the issue of geology of the area. And we didn't go into that, we didn't look into it, but that is, we find that concentrations are really high. So when you focus on other elements, you see chromium stands out. Chromium is really, comes from the different industrial processes that we see, like paint, industries still. And given the chemistry also of the water, will predetermine the prevalence of the chromium ions that will be prevailing, whether the water is oxidized or reduced. If it's oxidized, you'll find that we'll have a lot of chromium-6. People are doing chemistry, and the reverse when it is reduced. I see a colleague here who is really looking at me. So I think, yeah, so those oxidized reduction processes, they influence the chromium concentrations. And of course, this also ends up influencing the ecological aspects of the area, of the water. We went further to do multivariate kind of statistics using principal component analysis. This was used to reduce the many variables I indicated in our data analysis, that there are quite many. How do we bring them? How do we group them so that they're able to help us to find kind of trends and know exactly which elements and how are they influencing these aquatic systems. So when we ran the principal component analysis, we had like 10 or almost 12 principal components, but our main interest was in the first two, that most of the variation is explained by the first two principal components. As you see, the first PC1 is 33%, PC2, 16, and the like. Okay. So quickly, this is the principal output when we plotted now the loadings that we received from PCA. When you see the dots, the blue dots indicate the different sites where we picked the samples. The red dots basically are the parameters which we are testing against this, and this is the outcome we got. PC1 basically represents broad kind of pollution enrichment, whereas PC2 represents a metal-dominated pattern. We see that quite a number of elements, chromium, nickel, cadmium, TSS, dissolved oxygen, total nitrogen and turbidity, they are all kind of associated, and they move together, as you see on the right side. Okay, and basically it also shows that the sites which are in the blue dots are highly influenced or related to this kind of variation that is going on that right-hand side. And then on the left side, we see the temperature kind of is negatively related compared to the other parameters, meaning that the sites with stronger pollutants, the blue dots, those sites with stronger pollutants or negative nutrient signatures, they tend not to align with temperature, as we said, but instead we have sites that align, move on the other side on the left where we see temperature increasing on that side. And then on the third, we have, when you see the arrows that are close together, variables close together, basically they're indicating that they occur, they have a same pattern, they're moving together. The length of the arrow also shows that the longer the arrow, it has more influence on the trend compared to the other parameters. We went ahead, wanted to know which sites, how do these sites group up? Because we have been seeing in the PCA that different scores are influenced, differently. But now we wanted to know the sites, how do they block up? And this is very important for management practices, such that you have really kind of targeted monitoring kind of practices. Now, if you see, when we did the hierarchical cluster analysis, we see that there was really a good distinction that all the sites really exhibited, they exhibited kind of patterns in the wet season together and also patterns in the dry season. So the issue of seasonal variation is really a major control when it comes to water quality. And we see also that Kasalamid is basically standing out on its own, simply because of the industries that are really on this point. There are like 5 industries. And if you go there, even at times, you can find even the real waste itself. It shows that there is no kind of waste management or treatment that is taking place. So this is a hotspot. Conclusions? One is seasonal variation is one of the strongest controls on water quality in this area. The river does not behave uniformly across sites. We have like a hotspot, like you've seen Kasala midstream, and it's more distinctive, and especially in the dry season, it exhibits a lot of, because there's no kind of dilution that is going on, given that it's a dry season. And pollution appears to be driven by a combined gradient of solids, nutrients, and salinity, and metals, rather than just by a single parameter. Implications: monitoring and management should be season specific. It's not like you just get one kind of intervention and it cuts across through the whole seasons. No. So it should be targeted if you are to carry out monitoring practices. The hotspot has to be treated as a priority investigation point, and an intervention site it should be focused on. And then also we advise what our results also imply that future routine monitoring can be streamlined around a few sentinel indicators. And this is very key. At times, our people don't carry out these management issues because of lack of financial resources. But now if you know the exact and it's evidence-based, then they can just target only those few indicators. It will help them also to work faster. These are the references for people who are interested. And we also thank very much. We appreciate the funding received from the 10th call of Kyambogo University Individual Competitive Research 2025-2026. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dr. Kagwa, for your presentation. It has been insightful. It is tackling almost every area in Uganda and outside Uganda. So water pollution is a big area for research, including our students. Those of you who are mathematicians in the building, you might think that this is out of your area of study, but we can do a lot with what Dr. Kagwa has been preaching here. We can do a lot. We can use stuff like PDEs, inverse problems, to locate where actual pollution actually starts.
And I think if you treat the root cause, you have eradicated the problem. So you can think about that. I can see some of our MSc students. You are there looking for problems, and problems are here unsolved. So that's a nice one. So thank you so much, Dr. Kagwa, for your presentation. And I am kindly reminding Mr. Boniface, if you're around, kindly please approach us. If you can't reach me this way, that table there, colleagues are there waiting for you. You can approach us and give us a signal of your presence. So next in line is a presentation that is focused on exploring animal science and its implication to nutrition and livestock development. So this study will impact public health and agricultural productivity. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Kwetegeka, stroke Mr. Wanyama Joseph. You're most welcome. So you're most welcome, sir. All right. Did you submit it? Yes. See. Can you work on that? Is Mr. Wanyama. Genda wali waggulu bateekeko slides za Mr. Wanyama. So ICT, please, can you help us with the Mr. Wanyama's presentation? Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, all protocol observed. Thank you for bearing with that short commercial break, though it was not intentional. Now I'm going to be a bit brief and within the time. I'm standing in the place of Associate Professor. He has some commitment, so he's unable to make it now, but he's on the way. So I can proceed with the presentation. Now I'm discussing what we call fatty acids and cholesterol. It's a long topic, but I cut it short for presentation reasons. So this is evaluation of fatty acids and cholesterol in strictly Ankole cattle, longhorned Ankole cattle. So, my name is Wanyama Joseph, and Associate Prof. Justus Kwetegeka. Now, I looked at these fatty acids and cholesterol in Ankole cattle particularly. I examined about 8 parts, and in the 2 districts of Ntungamo and Kiboga. So fatty acids and cholesterol is they are subcategories of what we call lipids. Lipids is a broad class, so we can break it down into what we call fatty acids, cholesterol. Those are the subsections. Then these lipids also can be further broken down. And why break them down is that meat that I'm going to investigate and talk about here actually contain those two classes of fatty acids. Contain those two classes of lipids. Now, these fatty acids actually can be further broken down depending on their purpose and what they can do in the body. We have saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated. Of course, in life, the most dangerous types of fats, as I dive deep into this discussion, should be at your attention that the saturated fatty acids are actually the most detrimental to health. And when I proceed into depth and mention them, I'll be keen about them. Then monounsaturated fatty acids and the poly, they are actually unsaturated in that they contain some form of double bonds. And these fats are actually safe to some level. Whereas saturated dominate meat, they are a bit very detrimental. And as we dive deep, we know that it's actually what has made meat a bit a problem to consume. Presence of MUFA and PUFA is limited in meat, but of course other sources of foods, as we shall emphasize later in the recommendations, that it will be advisable to seek for foods rich in MUFA and PUFA, and basically PUFA, which we are calling polyunsaturated fatty acids. Now, together in meat, when we consume meat, we are actually consuming two categories of lipids. We are eating actually fats and eating cholesterol. These two are uncorrelated according to literature in meat. Presence of high levels of cholesterol does not imply high levels of fats, because they actually mean different in affecting the body. As cholesterol is broken down into two, what we call high-density lipoproteins and low-density lipoproteins, the LDL are actually what builds up in the arteries to cause what we call atherogenic effects, corroding the arteries and blocking the smooth flow of blood. Then the HDLA, the high-density lipoproteins, are actually good cholesterol because they actually remove this bad cholesterol from the blood, setting it free to be safe. Now let's look at the problem. Now, the actual problem in the country, we are witnesses of something taking place in reality in Uganda. We know that there are so many cancer cases, diabetes. Recently, I heard the two families, not mention their specificities. Two boys, one is about 28 and another one about 26. I visited that family when I was about 2013. The daily vegetables at home was actually meat. That was the main source. But recently, just after 10 years, they are not yet even 30. Both of them have been diagnosed with high blood pressure. Now, they were trying to consult me about it, but let me be specific on the problem. Now, the problem in the country right now is that there is what our president is saying, we have reached a middle income level. And actually, that is actually another problem in that we have changed the lifestyle. But we've not paid keen attention to actually the repercussions, what will come up. So the actual problem is that there is a high rise in these chronic diseases, and strictly what we are focusing on is cardiovascular diseases, diseases of the heart. Looking basically on the hypertension, stroke, and the other blood clotting related effects. So the actual problem that we want to solve here is that people are eating meat, they eat different parts without actually knowing which part is detrimental or has a problem. Should they eat liver much? Should they eat the ribs? In fact, this research seeks to answer those questions and inform the public of what to do. Now, there is some statistical data here. In fact, a lot in Uganda, there is a lot of people between 20 to 40 years now suffering from CVD. Like we can see 27,000 cardiovascular deaths. Those are deaths related to heart diseases, hypertension, blood clots, and strokes, and so on. 716 cases per every 100,000 people have those diseases. And that's why it is advisable to make some regular checkups. Okay, thank you. Now, 14% of young adults have high blood pressure. This is due to there are so many lifestyle problems, but one of the key issues is consumption of meat. And consumption of meat, because meat contains the most detrimental fats called the SFA, saturated, those that don't have bonds, those that don't have double bonds. And the saturated fatty acids are linked to a bad cholesterol. Meat has SFA, which actually also implies there is LDL, which is dangerous. Now, elevated LDL causes atherosclerosis. This is called the artery blockage and other cardiovascular diseases. Sorry. Now, this research was guided by one main objective, to assess fatty acids and cholesterol, then split down. I had to assess fatty acids alone, assessed cholesterol, then assess the actual nutritional impact that informs you if you ate the liver, what happens. Now, actually, there were three things being checked here. The total lipid content, which was investigated by gravimetry, weighing masses. Then the fatty acids, which were analyzed, first extracted, Folch method, then analyzed by GCMS to analyze the different compositions, which types of fatty acids. There are so many, but the investigation, we investigated a few. We have palmitic acid, and actually details of this actually can inform the consumer of meat what actually they will suffer from. Cholesterol was analyzed by HPLC prior to saponification. Then the whole data was analyzed by statistics using SPSS. Of course, key findings. Every sample analyzed, we look at 2 districts. In the 2 districts, I looked at 8 meat cuts. I don't know whether I've eliminated it here. Looked at the liver, the heart, the kidney, large intestines, then looked at also the ribs, the round and the chunk, 8 of them. But all of them had variations. They didn't have the same fatty acids, neither cholesterol compositions, p-value less than 0.05, indicating actual results which are not due by chance. Now, let's be more specific here. The kidney, these organ parts, kidney, liver, and the heart, had high cholesterol levels, but again, they had polyunsaturated fatty acids. What does it mean? Presence of polyunsaturated fatty acids means the meat is safe, but look into another type of lipid, the cholesterol is high. That means they should be consumed in moderation. Monounsaturated fatty acids were observed across all meat cuts, but indeed they do not play much as PUFA. Then SFA, saturated, are found in all meats. That means meat is not very good to be consumed frequently. In fact, it's advised that at least 70 grams of meat per day and 2 to 3 times a week. Conclusion. So, conclusively, we can say that the composition of nutrients in meat was varying in terms of fats and cholesterol. Then, besides all this, I can recommend, and my time is up, please eat lean meats. Lean meats, they don't have a lot of fats. Meats related to like the ribs, the round, bad type of fat. Ensure a balanced diet. Avoid frequent consumption. Thank you.
Yes, please. Mr. Omanya, can you please take up a seat here? Thank you so much for your presentation. It's touching each and every one of us. I've heard claims that some of us are consuming 10 kilograms per day. It's very interesting. So I think, Mr. Anyama, you should think and try, you should think of the optimal amounts of meat we should take per day, per hour, per second. Because I can imagine if someone is taking 10 kilograms, maybe during lunch, supper, underestimation. All right. Yeah, but Mr. Wanyama, thanks so much for the presentation. And we are moving to the next part of this session. That have people who take 10 kilograms for a meal. So what do you mean by moderate? So that's the first question for you. So the next question, can you help my master's students from mathematics understand how mathematics can intervene in your area? So I think I have vast questions, but I think I can reserve the others for you because you're also here for the same. Then Dr. Mary Kagwa, she actually whispered to me that I made a very beautiful comment about her work, and she's actually inviting you mathematicians and statisticians to join the research group, come up with an inverse problem for pollution. And I've already told you this is an inverse problem because this is a process that has already taken place. So as a mathematician, the most interesting, and this is a very complex model, but very, very interesting, is inverse partial differential equations. So mathematicians, if you're there, Dr. Kagwa is there waiting for a student from our postgraduate. So, Doctor, how do you think mathematics can actually help? I'm asking this question on behalf of my students there. Then the head biology, I loved your presentation so much. I can imagine fighting fungal infections just behind my house. I just make a turn, pick a plant, then I cure whatever fungal infection I do have. So is it also possible for AIDS, Dr. Santa? I understand this is not bacteria, but can't we find a solution for AIDS just behind our houses? And how do you think, now this is for my students, the postgrads, how do you think a mathematician can help in your study? Now those are my queries. And now I would love to let the public, by show of hands, we can get you a mic and then ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, the chair of the session. My question goes to Mr. Wanyama. I'm by names of Dr. Dennis Kajera from the Department of Math and Statistics. Your study is very good. But as you know, meat, people here, surely you're scaring them. Instead of focusing on the fast or on the facts in the meat, the study, I think, would be much interesting if we can look at a way of reducing these fats in the preparation of the meat. Please, you can help me to understand this, because even people who are diagnosed of such diseases, you find that they are eating this meat behind the scenes. Please, advice. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, presenters. My name is Omeke Michael from the School of Management. I must say, as the presentations were going on, I was picking the statement from the MC, Steam Etandis Okuoma, when the science got serious. My question goes to Dr. Santa. I'm privileged that the study was done in my district. However, the challenge is you don't seem to localize and contextualize the study. I did not feel Katakwi in the study, especially in terms of the names of the tree and probably the fungal infection that it treats. The other one is on the research design and the research approach. I would have thought that probably this would have been a mixed research design to hear the qualitative voices from Katakwi about this desert tree and the treatment it does. I would think if there is room, you would comment on that. I thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ngolobe Alan. Thank you so much. My name is Ngolobe Alan, and me, I'm not a doctor, I'm a student. I do Bachelor of Arts in Economics. That is the Department of Economics in the MIT Faculty of Social Sciences. And by God's grace, I'm one of the aspiring GRCs, Faculty of Social Sciences. I would like to direct my question to Mr. Wanyama. Some of us come from around 500 kilometers away from Kampala, so meaning we come from rural areas. And eating meat, we can even decide to deliberately use it as a strategy of surviving, and we can just deliberately reject eating meat as a strategy of surviving. So here comes the meat question. To us as historians, we can call it the meat question of 2026. So my concern is, what if I take some 4 months deliberately and I dodge meat? What happens? Does it cause, is there any impact on my life which is negative? Thank you so much for God and my country.
Thank you, presenters. I'm Dr. Rugamba from the School of Computing and Information Sciences. My question goes to Mr. Wanyama. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, my question is simple. I just want to know the strategies that you have in place to disseminate this information, especially to the people you call the middle class, because I think those are the ones who really consume the meats because they have the money, and also to our local populations in the village, because they really need to be sensitized, like you were talking about those specific meat areas that expose them to that bad cholesterol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Protocol observed. My name is Ndahiro Joshua, aspiring GRC evening students from Camp Lioness, that's Sharad, for Gary President. So I have two questions from two different speakers. The first one goes to Madame Santa Maria. My question is, when you did that research on fungal infections, I didn't hear you mention something about external fungal treatment. Does that tree treat external fungal infections, because we've seen them as a common problem in our society? Then the second question goes to Wanyama. Yes, about the meat question. As you know, we are in such an era whereby technology has improved, and very many things have come up. And you did the research on meat, but we have other kinds of meat that have been manufactured in factories. For example, we have soya meat, which is made from plants. So my question is, did you also research on that kind of meat, or you stopped on animals? And does it also cause the same problems? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions. I am requesting the public to only put up the hand if you are asking a question about pollution. That's Dr. Kagwa. We have enough questions for the others. Yeah. Dr. Kagwa, or pollution? Anybody? Yes, here, in front here. I think the guild aspirant has a question. And this will be our last question.
Thank you so much, Protocol observed. And I wanted to ask about pollution to Dr. Mary. She was talking about unmasking pollution gradients in effluent impacted small rivers of Mukono industrial area with evidence from Uganda and from repeated site monitoring. I wanted to know about this more because pollution, we've seen measures that have been put in place to control pollution, whereby those small rivers that have been polluted maybe by dumping from industries, when those dumpings are extracted from rivers, they are dumped into an open space or an area maybe where they dump rubbish. But then later, that area is also affected by the extractions that you've got from the small rivers. Which measures are you put, as you presented, which measures can really help? Maybe if there is treatment, treatment also has side effects, whereby it is also a side effect to pollution. It can be air pollution. So I would love to know some of the measures that are taken after extracting these dumpings that have been from the rivers around Mukono. When they extract them, where they dump them, is it an open area or? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that beautiful question. I would love to remind the presenters for the next session to submit their presentations to ICT. ICT is just behind there. If you can't email, you can reach out to them. So, colleagues, thanks so much for the questions. And I want to kindly request Dr. Asio Santa Maria to come. All right, you can respond from there if you feel comfortable, whichever. All right.
Thank you.
Any other?
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank all those who have asked questions, including Dr. Wycliffe himself. He said, is it possible to treat AIDS, or is it possible for AIDS also to be treated using this plant? This is first the beginning of it, and with more research that is going on, it is also possible to treat any infection using this tree. We only need to get into the act of, for example, I know AIDS is a sensitive disease, but if one writes out a proposal and tries to carry out still some research, but instead of using the fungi, we use the AIDS, I think it is possible that we can also come up with a solution, and the chemicals or the bioactive chemicals that are in this plant can also be tested and found out that probably they could also be able to treat AIDS. So it's just a matter of writing up a proposal in another way, which now encompasses the AIDS, and then testing the bioactive compounds to see whether it is possible for these bioactive compounds to treat the HIV. Then he also talked about the students. How can we help their students? There is what they call biological modeling. So putting in the biology and the unity there, and from there out this research. So we wanted to do it out this research. So we wanted to do it scientifically. For him, he had done it by use of a questionnaire. So I think it was localized somehow by that researcher, but for us, we were on the aspect of the science behind it. Then Darius asked Joshua, talked about treating the fungi externally. I think when I was introducing or giving a background about the study, I said the people in Ajeluk village use this tree also to treat skin infections. So I think it can also be used externally when the bioactive compounds have been constituted to treat the disease externally. I don't know whether I've answered all the questions, or if there is anyone I've missed out your question, you can always let me know. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Kagwa?
I have two questions, basically, and one of them already has been answered more so. How do you think maths can help in relation to what I presented, the pollution issue? And of course, I also whispered to him that it would be a very good topic for modeling. For us who are doing bi-weekly samplings, probably now to collect even more data that can inform your model, and it becomes more robust, is to that you do maybe more frequent sampling. But at least from our data now, it can help you to ascertain which parameters that you can critically look at, and you don't really spend also resources so much looking into very many parameters. So it's important that we can collaborate, and maybe also given that we have this chance of the competitive research grants, could be another proposal that can go in to work with the colleagues in mathematics, and we team up. And the Mukono district really needs this information. They don't have anything because they're really struggling with this pollution issue, of course, also for policy and all that. So I think Kyambogo, if we come up and we really also work with them and we give them that background information that they badly need, we'll be really making an impact society. You see, the theme is all about demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. So really we can work together, and I hope somebody will come up and contact me, and we see how fast to move on. Because for this one, at least it's gone, but at least we can move on quickly to the next call. Then for the measures, at the moment, what is in the field is that this waste is released from factories, it's not treated. So as raw as it is, this effluent is just released in the rivers. So the rivers do whatever they're supposed to do, they just wash it away down into the streams and I mean, all people downstream, they are affected. So at the moment, there are no strategies. So the whole idea for this research is for us to get information. And we, of course, will present this information if they give us a platform at the district. And we try and guide them, at least with scientific evidence, on what to do, and also on how to implement it with the minimal resources that are usually there. So, but as of now, really, there's nothing much. Yeah. So it is all washed away. So if you go down to the confluence, everything is accumulated there, and then it ends up in River Seziwa, and it continues. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So let's go direct. Question one. The first question was if what's to eat meat in moderation is to actually eat a balanced diet. Then number two, how does math come into this? Actually, all the data to be analyzed went through sampling, like we talked about a p-value, and all the statistical packages actually use math. Question three. How do you reduce fats how can we reduce fats in meat? Of course, cooking methods. You can modify cooking methods and also trim off fats. Next question. If I dodge meat for long, what happens? Actually, every food on earth is important. Just that if you dodge meat, then replace the nutrients in meat with the substitutes that are due. Then strategies to disseminate this information. Actually, I'm in link with Associate Prof. Justus Kwetejeka, so we can link up with the university, and I'm advised accordingly. Then the last question was on other kinds of meat. Did you study them? No, the research was actually closed up with the only Ankole Kato. It would be brought to study everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear presenters. Thanks so much. Next on agenda is the keynote speech. So I would love to invite Madame Sibo Jennifer to guide us through the next session. You're most welcome, Madame Sibo.
Can we all clap for the speakers? Can we give them flowers? Shh. Thank you so much, our presenters and our speakers, our discussants. It was so good, and we are still in our first session, and we are time-barred, but amidst us, we have received our university chairperson council, Professor Wabwire Mangen. You are most welcome. Join me to welcome him. Thank you for honoring this event. We are so humbled. And I will straight go to the next speaker, who is our keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Cosmas Mwichilize. Dr. Mwichilize is a Ugandan engineer, a researcher, and innovation strategist whose career bridges biomedical engineering, electrical engineering, and industrial development. He earned his PhD in biomedical engineering. In other words, he's a doctor in biomedical engineering. Beyond academia, Dr. Mwichilize plays a key role in national innovation policy as Superintendent of Industrial Value Chains Development at Uganda's Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. You are most welcome. Please, our hands together as he comes forward.
The chair of the University Council, the Dean, Faculty of Science, and any other deans in the room, members of staff, researchers, students, old and young, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, thank you for inviting me to share with you a few words at this dissemination forum for your competitive research grants, which also doubles as the fifth STEAM festival. But before I begin, it's only imperative that, you see, Mr. Wanyama was talking about cardiovascular disease, but you know, sitting is the new smoking. Ever since I entered this room, we have been seated, so I kindly request that you stand. And let's do this quickly. I'll use a minute. Let's Roll our shoulder blades behind 3 times. Behind first. And then forward 3 times. Now we're going to take a very deep breath. And some of you do this wrongly. When you breathe in, you retract your tummy. When you breathe in, your tummy is supposed to expand. So let's breathe in and then hold. Yeah. If your tummy is already here, then Mr. Onyema was speaking to you. So let's breathe in and out. And in and out. Now let's call Jesus. If a jacket breaks, Mr. Nyama was also speaking to you. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Now, I work for the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat in the Office of the President, and in my role, I'm supposed to ensure that science, technology and innovation works for our nation, works for the economy. And it's only natural that I exude gladness to be speaking to this forum because you're the source of science. You're the source of technology and you're the source of innovation. But before I say anything else, I want to ask a very simple question. What do you think is the difference between poor and rich nations? Is it because of their level of endowment in natural resources? Anyone? No? Is it because of their level of intelligence? Anyone? I think if we were to dwell on intelligence, Uganda would be one of the richest countries on earth, right? Yes. You know that intelligence can also be used for nefarious reasons, but that's even the corrupt use intelligence. But that's a story for another day. So what do you think is the differentiating factor between rich and poor nations? It is the extent to which they have harnessed the knowledge economy. And you can only harness the knowledge economy through innovation. Now we have a 5-step process there. Allow me to walk around. Does this? Okay, now there's something bad that happened to all of us when we were growing up. We were somehow made to conform that mobile phones are not made here, cars are not made here, that vaccines are not made here, that our shirts are not made here. And that became the norm. We were made to believe that we should always be consumers. Then the net growth is, we have science, we have knowledge, we have innovation. Maybe that's
very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Emma Aishakie, taking us through issues of AI. And when he was talking about Omururuza in Busoga, I remember that if this AI tool had been deployed in my area, it would have probably brought Omubirizi. That's what we use when you have malaria in my area. Also, probably it is Omururuza in Uganda. Maybe next time when you do a study, you do it that side. We can also have our Omubirizi appearing somewhere. Yeah, so I want to request that we have the last one. Dr. Ismail Wadembere is here, and he will take us through his presentation from about resolving tie method for establishing fit for purpose survey boundaries. After this presentation, I will be able to guide on how we shall be able to have lunch. Don't worry. Don't worry. So I will guide on how lunch will go, so don't worry. Keep around. Yes, thank you. IT, do we have the presentation from Dr. Wadembere already here? Yeah, so in a few minutes, I think it should be loading. Just a few, just a glitch. Okay, I think as they cross, you may need to check your email. Okay. Mr. Chimuli, you have this PPT. Can you be able to help us and share with the IT? Dr. Chimuli, are you still around? We are losing some few minutes. Is Dr. Chimuli around? If you could help us. I must also acknowledge that I have seen the university librarian, Dr. Elizabeth State. She's here with us. She has gone out? Yes, okay. She was here with us. She would be able to come in the afternoon, and then we can move forward. As I don't like talking a lot and boring the audience, and in this lunchtime, I don't want to be playing worship songs, so DJ, maybe you give us a small interlude in the mix as the presenter gets ready, as we just have the PPT shortly. It should be ironed out. DJ. You to be bounced. It is bad to hold the bread and they tell you put it down. So it will go to approach the dining table. So let's have that order in the new curriculum. Oh, else you are making rosaries as part of the new projects in the new curriculum. Anyway, just a joke, that's a joke, guys. But I know they are doing a lot of work. We shall be able to see some of their good works exhibited here. In terms of science and technology, they are taking us forward. So the PPT is here. Let's listen to it in a few minutes. Then we can be able to get to our lunch. And then after lunch, get back to the official function. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know it is the lunchtime, a bit difficult, but I'll try to be very brief and within the 7 minutes given. I'm Ismail Wadembere from the Department of Geoinformatics. That's the School of Beauty Environment, just here in Kyambogo University. And my work is to do with land surveying, and I'm presenting to you a resolved ties method for establishing fit-for-purpose survey boundaries. I'm going to briefly explain, then I will go to, as they go to the next slide. When all of us live on land and we have seen titles, and most of the titles in Uganda have been processed using the traditional methods, where you need to carry big equipment, set it on a tripod, measure around the land, and finally take that to land office and they process the title. But of recent, due to technologies, we have come up with, there are new approaches of actually surveying land, especially for places which are not in urban areas, rural areas. And that approach is what we call fit-for-purpose surveying, where we use handheld tools to actually survey the land and process the title. The accuracy is low, but it is good enough for rural areas. So my presentation is to come up when that surveying has been done and now the boundaries have disappeared. How do you identify that land which was surveyed using the handheld tools which are under to you? And just to give you a background, that fit for purpose survey, which is FFP land administration has been successful both in Uganda and also in many countries, including Ghana, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Indonesia. But when those surveys happen, there are mainly two key challenges. One is disputes, and when those disputes happen, then there is limited knowledge in order to solve those disputes. So if you have lived in a community, always the main common land dispute is, where do you pass? I pass here, I pass here. You have encroached on my land, you have encroached on my land. So, and how did we proceed to really come up with this method? We engaged the normal standard methods of the qualitative and quantitative and secondary data. We used the existing fit for purpose surveys, and also we went in the field and we did actually new surveys. Then we did also, we employed purposive sampling, and from the identified methods which have been already implemented, we are able to test a few of those methods. Then after testing those methods, we came up with the optimal method, which we improved, which I am calling, or which we called the resolve time method, which I'm going to explain shortly. And there's tools you devote tenure. Then we have Slack, we have social tenure domain model and others. And these have, if you have been moving with surveyors, you have been seeing them with sort of like tablets. And these two, we went to the two approaches. When the survey was being done, we load, and all of you have used the Google Maps to see the future features, which was printed actually with those natural features. You have it already with you. You pick, they will be able to say that it is this area. You don't go to another place. Then after identifying that area, original drawing, and now measure off from the original drawing using just a normal scale on the screen. Every simple tool to measure off those distances, and you get a string. On that string, you get 3 nails or 3 pegs. You put one in the middle, one at the end screen, and you mark off between the 2 nails or pegs. And when you have those, then you bring them to the diagram only. And as you know, fit for purpose involves many people, and it has to involve the people on the ground. You don't need to have a lot of training. So one person holds it at one corner where it was supposed to be, another one holds it at another corner. Then the third one in the middle moves the peg and stretching these strings. The moment the 2 strings are stretched, where the middle point lands, that's where the boundary actually follows. And this is continued for all the boundaries around the plot, and that's what we call actually ties. The distances we are looking at is basically the ties. And where does the resolve come in? You don't only do this based on one place, you are able now to look at another points, natural features, and try now to measure the same distance and also see whether they give you the same point where the first peg fell. And if it fails in the same, then you have resolved any errors which would come boundary opening. So what are the advantages of this method? The method follows standard approach. And what is the standard approach for fit for purpose? Use simple tools, a tape, and even they hold for you the string to know that actually they are participating, and that is the fit for purpose or me to do that. What we need from the expert surveyors is to develop the method which you have developed. Then actually you reach from different no approach to open the boundaries. So this research came up with an easy approach really to open the boundaries, and in the sea on the ground is the resolve ties method, and this has been published in an international journal. If you get the title, just implemented framework, but everything is not finished. We need now to simplify this and we develop normal standard operating procedures for everyone to use, and test this tool in different countries. Maybe it applies in Uganda, or maybe it may not apply in other countries. So we are linking up with other experts in other countries to test that. And also we want to test this tool
if you are opening boundaries for land which was surveyed using the traditional methods, not the fit for purpose. Does it also help to open the boundaries? We haven't seen that. Then finally, to see how this method can be used to improve accuracies of other traditional methods. For those who want to go to the internet and search for the method, just type in that into your Google and you'll be able to get the full publication online. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Dembele. When you are presenting, I realized that you are going to save me from Abafere. Abafere inland. Dr. Emma knows you go and see the land, somebody tells you everything is on paper. Then when you are trying to pay, they tell you nga the owner limukomera some issues. So colleagues, I will not have the questions. Thank you so much for the presentations. We want to appreciate you. We like your work. Thank you for the efforts to reach this far, to ensure that we can have good works coming from you, all of you. We'll be able to save you the firing squad. But don't worry. And as I said, as they give coupons, I request that our guests from Bodo Secondary School can be able to walk out and have lunch. They have some special arrangement as our invited guests of today. For everyone, we are the hosts. You need to know that. And don't act like you posted. It's lunchtime, guys. Time to change the diet. I'm like, I thought it was only for us here. So we shall have some, as we just work on the issues of coupons, we shall have some kind of short entertainment. Students of Budo, please kindly walk through. It's very fine. And then as they work on the issues of how we can move to, and now we shall be able to guide through, when they come to your row, please, let's not congest their side. All of us will be able to have something to eat. If you don't find it, please don't crucify me, but at least I'm sure for now. I'm sure for now. So I will the entertainers as we just get to lunch, because we have been here listening to issues of fit for purpose, AI, now we need to get into life somehow, somewhere. Especially some of us who met Jesus in early 1990s. You may need some entertainment. Are we ready? The team? Okay. So this is just some form of rehearsal. I have a problem at parties. When people finish eating, they disappear. We also have a cake. We also have a cake which will be cut at the official opening of the function. Don't leave when you have not taken the cake. Don't create a bad impression. Like some of my students, I see you here and in the afternoon I don't see you to talk. I know that you just came to ensure that you get that. So are we ready?
We start at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I hear some life in you? Distinguished guests, respected lecturers, talented designers, timing models, and my fellow students at large, a good afternoon. Today is just not all about fashion, but it's all about confidence as well, creativity, culture, expression, as you will be witnessing everything at the runway. Yeah, those are students for Kyambogo University, Bachelors of Fashion and Cosmetology. It is the department. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our dear lecturers for the good work done, our head of department, Dr. Obed Akampumuza, and also our dean, Mr. Rukundo. Thank you so much for the good job done. So as our models are preparing to showcase what they have, and I think we are all ready to see what they are going to showcase. We are going to start with the office wear. And for those that have received the papers, they are indicating 2 outfits, the office wear and some other that will be showcased last. So they are going to start with the office wear, and you will be noting down on the paper that you've been given for the best model that your eye will pick on. It is the one that you're supposed to note down on the paper that you've been given. At the end of the showcasing, we shall come and collect them from you, then do the tallying, as we will be introducing the best one to you as well. So once you note down the model for the traditional wear on that paper, you please stay with the paper with you. Yeah, stay with the paper with you, because you will be still supposed to note down for the other outfit that they will be showcasing. Thank you. DJ.
'21 to 23.
Yeah, hopefully you enjoy the moments. Those are students of Kyambogo University, Bachelors of Fashion and Cosmetology. Let's take the turn to the afternoon. Each model walks on the runway. Thank you for all turning up. We really appreciate. We're so grateful. Thank you, Kyambogo University, for this opportunity. Okay, there we go. They're showcasing their office, as I told you, together. Wow. Thank you for you. Please don't forget for this outfit. And he's doing enough. He's well impressed. That is doing fine, bro. Everyone is doing accessory. Students from Kyambogo for the project part with team girls in the she's not living putting on a volatile floor to be shown bringing all the things in the she got one thing that I know that and you play so I was waiting. Thank you. Thank you. Detail. It's all about me. Just want to my passion. You know, this was something I love for my carry. Thank you. Across the sea, like confident crying. It is time for proper rehearsal. Mom is be confident. You want to be a chief. Another spirit in my ear at work. Here was much said with me. Opening out you long before. Thank you, dear. For me. First time, I do some model
Kyambogo University. Keeping in mind that they made this comment by themselves, but please don't hesitate to order with us. That is more than other people. For you ever saw my purpose. For you, it's like order number 3, what I'm a champion. It's not a thing. I'm distance, but the distance I take every day. When it's about thank you for the presentation. Wow. And I get over coming here, it feels like they're true. Well, thank you, dear students. That is model number 2 and model number 18. The numbers that I'm reading, they already have them on themselves pinned. You please don't forget to note your best model on the paper that is given to you earlier. Model number 2 puts it on black and white. How much? I love the smile. Oh, yeah. Model number 18 puts it on an office, right? As I told you earlier, protecting the office wear. Thank you so much. Wow, those are our projects. Competency-Based University Kyambogo. Wow. Students of 5 minutes. You are welcome for any makeup classes. They also have massage. We do manicure for the teachers. More than the planning again. More than number 10 and more than number 6. That office wear. Well, accessorized outfit for our dear students. More than number 16. Gold, black and white, well matched and well accessorized. Then border number 17 for single cream black. Very confident, passionate, and they know what to do. A hand of applause to our models, please. Let me see some energy from the audience. Let me see that you're feeling what you're feeling. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing. Yeah, thank you. I need to see some life in you. For me to know that you're enjoying, I need to see some life, okay? Yeah. Another set of model is coming in, that is model number 26 and model number 5. Who showcases that office wear? Model number 26 well accessorized in model number 5. Just should from California. So much comes with an our students for everything, professional model. You were very talented. Now the confidence is there. I see it from my choice in your head. For you, at the end of totally for the thank you everyone for signing up. This is Kyambogo University. Other models coming with attention to detail. That is more than I'm so be a student for the program of teachers and more than ever 16 41 and office dress, well accessorized as you can see, and moderate number 6 pushing front and office wear over trousers and shorts. Well detailed, very confident. Thank you, dear models. For example, for university, for the opportunity granted. In the caravan, thank you for your students. Doesn't that feel hurt? Feel like I like you. You know, I know it's the night. I'm ready to see the lights. Every time I'm my eyes. You don't want to make it my best friend. They can learn what you think. Thank you for giving me and open 12 points. Let's go to world. World confidence. Passionate and worthy. Thank you. Wow, I love your passion. No? Lots of people know about me all the time. Office work. Thank you, dear. It's a strange to do. I want to let you. Against you. I just can't problem. We got some life in you. Try to make you religion fear. But okay, there's a they're all and and twice. We just need to slow them. Don't get stands I need to. Wow. How good. I don't want to it. Anyone alive? So you're it's friendly. Thank you. Welcome another I'm sorry. Rolling. Many more shots until you. Yeah, I'm just feeling based. That is model number 4 and model number 23 on to 3. Julius? Model number 23. What? Funds. Office. Webs. Right. Smart. What else? Right. And keep in mind, so don't hesitate. As I told you, because we both are part of the soil. So, then number 12. And your friend. Very confident, very smart. I like the way they mix their time. Try to teach and love. Thank you so much, our dear children. Very nice. Oh, I'm very glad to have a applause from others. Let me come open here. Thank you. Thank you, our dear gentlemen. Let's of gentlemen coming here. That is more than number 24 and more than years. Thank you, dear. Thank you for the work done. More than number 15 is what's 20 and a children. Yeah. Models from Kyambogo University of Dissemination, Fashion and Methodology. Thank you, dear students, for looking this good, and thank you for the support in with courtesy of our lecturers. Thank you so much. Doing society. And thank you for coming to society. Wow. That's what this is talking to it. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Yes. Those comments will make it how you obey. Be that kind of speaking obey. That's what give you the make. Yeah, we need to try way for the best way, strange in a way. Not that and bring out aiming and make, but we don't need to aim and make. Me against friends, me against enemies, me against friends. Somehow they both get to become one. Thanks to our job for you. So good. It's got come not stop. You know, we just find a place to make a picture. Where the soil is for our heaven. The back, yeah, you expect that. I said much of the time. Themselves. That's like doing all the hours. Thank you, we have students. Some of them actually starting off the place. Those are depending on the life because the other houses. But the parents that you. But they go to school that keep it off in the world. The family, some of the university and so far, so they're not going to get any limitation to them. Thank you, your students. Some flowers to our students as they're serving off stage. They shall be coming back after lunch for another outfit to showcase to you. Hope you enjoyed what they did, hope you liked what they did, and hope you think that we are giving them the confidence, the professionality in them as well too. Thank you for appreciating. We shall be back.
These are things that you need to guys. Hope you might have discovered that you are in the wrong course. Some of you like these things of no modeling around. So be able to vote, cast your vote based on that number you have identified. It has been, I can say, mesmerizing moment, and we like it. Thank you so much, our students from fashion and design. Yeah, we shall be happy to receive you in the next segment. For now, this segment is closed, and let's have lunch. I have been guided that there is lunch being served outside at the extreme end of the tent, and you already know the arrangement with the organizers. The students have been guided in that. So let's have lunch. We can exit this room for organizing for the next segment, and then we should be back in the next few minutes, get to the official opening of this conference. Thank you for turning up, and we salute you all. Keep locked in, and you can also visit social media pages to like what is happening here. Thank you.
We start at 9 o'clock. This means time. When I connect, it's your time to shine. And that is stem. It's Jamaica Festival. Just now, we start.
Especially these areas, no lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So, samples, we tested methods, basically, one and lithium and heat. Another sample of the soil that is so after a terrible we start realizing and how we realize this biology believe like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go, bury them samples. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, tested methods, basically, one at lithium and heat. Another sample of the soil that so after a terrible we start realizing and how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest they store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go bury them samples. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, only one at the field, another sample of the soil that so after a period but it starts to realize that they are and how to realize the yellow leaves. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go bury them samples. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, only one at the field, another sample of the soil that so after a period of start realize that they are and how you realize there is yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go bury them samples. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, just only one at the field, another sample of the soil that and how you realize like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go bury them samples. So what we did soil sample, especially these areas, lately there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, only one at the field, another sample of the soil that so after a period of realize that they are and how you realize yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed. It is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants. We go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first. Especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, the same when you see a diagram, another sample, so after that and how you realize yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants. We go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first. Especially these areas, lately, there's a wetland industries. So samples, when you see another sample, the soil so after start realizing and how you realize yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants. We go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first. Especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, the same when you see a diagram, another sample, the soil that so after start realizing and how you realize yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants. We go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first. Especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, the same when you see a diagram, another sample, the soil that How you realize yellow people live like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those elements. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the elements, another sample like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those elements. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them something. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the elements, only one at the pier, another sample, the soil so after they start realizing how you realize yellow people live like it is really stressed, it is not growing. Just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those elements. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them something. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the elements, only one at the pier, another sample, the soil so after they start realizing how you realize yellow people live like it is really stressed. They store them there. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them something. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the elements, only one at the pier, another sample, the soil So after a period of they start realizing their own how to realize yellow people live like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are talking, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that you are planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, tested only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that so after a period they start realizing how to realize yellow leaves like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, tested methods, only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that so after a period they start realizing how to realize yellow leaves like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, tested methods, only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that so after a period they start realizing how to realize yellow leaves like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland wetland industries. So samples tested only one at lithium and another sample for the soil so after a period of inputs, we start realizing how we realize this yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants in raw and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples tested only one at lithium, another sample for the soil so after a period of start realizing how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants in raw and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples tested only one at lithium and another sample for the soil so after a period of we start realizing how we realize this yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants in raw and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples tested only one at lithium another sample for the soil so after a period of we start realizing how we realize this yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. extract those heavy metals from their roots. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, we tested metals, only one at the time, another sample, the soil that so after we start realizing and how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that you are planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, we tested metals, only one at the time, another sample, the soil that so after we start realizing how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that you are planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, we tested metals, only one at the time, another sample, the soil that so after we start realizing and how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that you are planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, we tested metals, only one at the time, another sample, the soil that So after I tell how you realize yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as you are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those elements. They store them there. So we can just harvest them now. What we did soil sample, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot another sample of the
Soka kumpera y'omudde olab'ennyanja n'ebibuga ebibira n'ensozi birungi ate ebisolo byabo bisufu Uganda
they store them there. So you can just harvest these plants. You go, bury them samples. What we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested only one at here. Another sample of the soil so after I start realizing how you realize yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as you are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those elements. They store them there. So you can just harvest these plants. You go. What we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, just only one at here. Another sample of the soil so after start realizing how you realize yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as you are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants. Bury them samples. What we did soil sample first, especially these areas, lately, there's a lot of woodland industries. Samples, Dissemination another sample. How you realize like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now meant as we are talking, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So keep on extracting those heavy metals.
Soka kuntera y'oludde olaba ennyanja n'emigga ebibira n'ensozi birungi ate ebisolo byako bisukko oh Uganda
Purchase more tracks today.
Bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. Lately there's a lot of woodland industries. So samples, we tested only one at Kyambogo. Another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, we start realizing that
Uganda. Tell me nothing about oh, you should not sleep the room. I got to let the one get the you it's true that I need. Until next there is no good. Until listen to me. Oh God, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. What the name of the rock? That's about that feeling. And I'm feeling it, I'm living out. Oh, not my head, yes you are. Oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. You and that, you act me, you and that. I'm not about to be there and that. And the others are moving on. And that, you are a you and that. Not she there and that. Moving. Kampala masaka mpale kwa inda mpara kuvu. I'm feeling up, I'm living up. Yes, you are. I am a king from Jamaica. You are my queen here in Africa. What she needs to go to Angola.
Demystifying the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Stop at 9 o'clock. Really like engineering, not skill design.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering arts field demands.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. After that, saves it all. And after saving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval. So approve like this.
Start at 9 o'clock. engineering, arts, field, and planning.
And after serving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering, arts, field, and planning.
And after serving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering, arts, field, and planning.
And after serving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering, arts, field, and planning.
And after serving, it will go to the administration. That's why I'm going to like part of approval.
Start at 9 o'clock. Engineering, arts, field, and planning.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Kyambogo University, what a mighty center you are. We hold to you in entrust our future today. Abounding skills and knowledge, you freely and truly give out. For the nation strong and progress, we surely shall succeed. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you. For the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the effort to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent. The pillars that you made us strong and firm on the stone. So fast, so focused in all that they do. The grace and notwithstanding, your cause remains so distinct. Your vision so among us do. Your heart stand to hold. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you. For the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the effort to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent.
Remain standing for the word of prayer. Dr. Doreen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Father, in the name of Jesus, your word says in Psalm 118:24, this is the day that the Lord has made, and will rejoice and be glad in it. King of glory, I pray that whatever will be done here, whatever will be said here, will lead to the growth of our departments, to the growth of our Kyambogo, to the growth of Uganda here and at international stage, and above all, to the glory of your name. In Jesus' name do I pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. As we wait for the entertainment from the department of from the School of Vocational Studies, allow me, Chief Guest, to highlight some of the guests that we have here. Members, before I highlight to the Chief Guest, allow me that we welcome our Chief Guest, Mr. Timothy Musoke Sejoba, the Commissioner of University Education and Training from the Ministry of Education, representing the Minister of Education and Sports. We have the Chairperson, University Council, Professor Wabwire Mangen Fred, with us, and he has been with us even in the morning session. You are welcome, Professor. We have our dear Vice Chancellor,
Professor Eli Katunguka Rwatshaya, who also was with us in the morning session towards the end. You are welcome, Professor. Amidst us, our chief guest, we have members of top management who have been also with us in the morning, and they also went through the exhibition, and maybe some of them have gone to attend to other duties. We have deans who are present. Deans who are present, we can wave to our chief guest. Thank you so much for blessing this occasion. We have heads of departments. Thank you for coming. We have academic staff and also administrative staff from various faculties and offices. You are welcome. We have, in a special way, our convener, Professor Mugampoza, who is the chairperson organizing committee of this event. You are welcome. We have the guild leaders. In the morning session, we have a whole bench full. If you are a guild leader and you are around, please wave to the chief guest. Thank you so much for coming. We have invited secondary schools. We have been having them in and out. We now have a secondary school that is with us. Can you stand up and wave to the chief guest? Thank you for coming. We have partners and also the students of Kyambogo University. Can we also wave to the chief guest? Those are the people we have with us. Entertainment, please come in. Take us through.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected lecturers, talented designers, our standing models, and my fellow students at large, a good afternoon. So here are our models who are going to showcase their traditional wear. As earlier they came in and showcased their office wear, that was before lunch. So they are coming in to showcase their traditional wears as well. So let's set a tone for this afternoon. As each model walks this runway, I would like you to celebrate them, to show them love, because this is where the future icons are born. So as they come in, let me first have a big round of applause as they come to showcase what they have for us.
Kyambogo University,
DJ.
knowledge and skills for service.
That is our model number one, showcasing a traditional wear of Gomesi for either Rwanda or the Basotho. Thank you, our model. It's well accessorized, that's blue with red. Traditional wear from the Baganda. As I told you earlier, you were given papers. You please supposed to write on your best model. There is a space of the traditional and office wear. Please, in the space of the traditional, you please write on your best model. That is our model number 17, showcasing the Western culture that's from our college. The Busutsi traditional wear. Thank you so much, our models. Well accessorized. That is gold and pink. Thank you so much. That is another model of ours. Model number 14, showcasing the Busuti as well from the Ankole. Mind you, this a student from the fashion and cosmetology bachelor's and diploma. Department of Fashion and Cosmetology, Kyambogo University. Thank you so much. Model number 20 comes in with the Chikoi for the Baganda. Thank you so much. I love the confidence. Can I see some live from the audience, please? Thank you. Let us show that we enjoy what we're seeing. These are our students from Diploma and Bachelors of Fashion and Cosmetology. Another model comes in, that is model number 3, showcasing cars as well, Japanese. Thank you so much, my dear. All thanks goes to the department and also the head of department, Dr. Obed Akampumusa, our Dean, Mr. Rukundo. Thank you so much for this opportunity granted. Our model comes in with the suit as well, traditional wear. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Model number 15, Indian wear, well accessorized, very confident, very passionate. Thank you so much. These are our students, so please, they did this work by themselves, so don't hesitate to order with us. Model number 2 from the Baganda. Wow. Traditional wear. Thank you so much, my dear. Don't hesitate ordering from us because these are our students. That is model number 14. Still with the suit from Ankole. Traditional wear. And don't forget to write your best model on the papers that you were given earlier. For the part of the cosmetology, you are welcome for the makeup touches, pedicure, manicure, and also massage. Model number 16 coming in, still from the Baganda, very smart, looking very gorgeous. Very accessorized outfits. Thank you so much, my dear. I would like to thank the students for their work hand in hand with courtesy of our dear lecturers for this produce that you see. Thank you so much. Model number 6 coming in with her traditional wear as well from the Ankole region. Thank you so much, dear students, for the very good work done. Wow. A very big round of applause to our models. Show some energy. Model number 7, Shanana from the Ankole region. Thank you so much. Very accessorized, very confident, very nice catwalk, as you can see. Hope you are enjoying. This is just entertainment. Please let's show that we're enjoying. Model number 8, Ankole still. Thank you. Wow. Students from Kyambogo University, bachelor's and diploma students in fashion and cosmetology, Department of Fashion and Cosmetology. Thank you so much. Model, wow, the Chikoi of Baganda culture. That is our model number 18. You please don't forget to write your best model on the papers that you were given earlier. Thank you so much, my dear. Model number 19 coming in. Ankole region culture, traditional wear, sorry. Thank you so much. The pink and the black. Very creative. Well-matched colors. what she did. I love the confidence, the catwalk, very passionate. Wow! South African traditional wear. Have you ever seen this? This is where the icon of creativity starts from. Kyambogo University, Department of Fashion and Cosmetology. Thank you so much. Model number 22 coming in Gomesi, still from either the Baganda or the Basogas. Well accessorized, very detailed. Thank you so much. Yeah, between you have to pay attention to the detail and show some life in the audience. Thank you. Model number 23, Egyptian wear. This is so beautiful. Can I hear some energy? That is nice. That is our model showcasing her Egyptian wear. Model number 23. Thank you. Model number 21 with the Nigerian wear. So beautiful, looking very gorgeous. Thank you so much, my dear. I love the confidence. Wow, this is so nice. I'm just happy that these are products from Kyambogo University, from the Department of Fashion and Cosmetology. Thank you so much.
As your face they show, now show your shoe design. Now you got be my wife. You got to be my wife. For you have made the price. Oh Gigi, oh Gigi.
Gentlemen, still Nigerian wear. That is our model number 11. Showcasing his Nigerian wear as well.
Plenty came from my life and you I chose. I don't
This
know
is
when
full of vocational studies, Department of Fashion and Cosmetology, students from the diploma and bachelor's. Model number 24 is traditional wear from the Ankole, as you can see. Wow. Thank you so much, dear students, for the evil sport. Wow. Don't forget to write down your best model because you have to study them at the end of the day. Yeah. That is our another model. The Baganda culture. Showcasing his as well. Very demure. So nice, so nice. That is model number 12. Still students from Fashion and Cosmetology, School of Vocational Studies. That's model number 10. Indian wear from the Pakistan traditional. Wow, very unique ideas. They are not only, it is not only for entertainment, but also perceiving the creativities from them, as you can see. The creativity in them as well. On him that were once used earlier by then for making mats and all that, but he managed to produce some work out of it. Thank you so much. Wow. Baganda as well, before the colonialists came in, that was what they used to put on. So nice. I love the energy that I'm getting from the audience. I love that. Thank you so much for turning up for this fashion show. And thanks for the head of the directors and our dean for the opportunities granted. And lastly, I thank our dear students for the efforts put in. So as they lay off the stage, they will still be showcasing what you've already seen. But we're so happy for this opportunity. So they are setting off stage. You can please renew the number, write it down, because it has to be tallied at the end of the day for the best. Just write any random number that is for the person that you've loved on that paper that you were given. Professional models, vocational school of studies, students from fashion and cosmetology, diploma and bachelors. Thank you so much, dear students, for working tirelessly. Thank you so much. As you can see, the setting off the runway through showcasing the traditional wares. Wow.
It's the spirit of a nation. It is leaving.
Thank you, dear students, for the perfect work produced. Courtesy of our lecturers. Thank you so much.
Call to me. Call to me. Teach me how to be like you. Instill your ways.
Let us set the tone to this afternoon as our models set off the stage.
Teach me how to be you, Uganda, so I can stand and proudly say.
We really appreciate the good work done. Thank you. School of Vocational Studies. Students from the bachelor's and diploma, fashion and cosmetology. You are welcome for the makeup touches, pedicures and manicures, massage for the cosmetology part of it. Thank you so much. So we shall be picking the papers from you that you were given earlier. Hopefully you've written your best model on the paper. Yeah, we shall be getting them from you, and we shall be telling the best model at the end of the day. Thank you so much, model number 1. I appreciate that time granted to me. I remain Patricia Kajuba. I'm also a student of fashion and cosmetology from Kyambogo University.
Thank you so much, Patricia. DJ. Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Dean, Dr. Rukundo is here. You can stand up so that we can say thank you to you. Thank you. Please join me to give them a round of applause. They have done great, and this is what Kyambogo does. If you've been through the stalls, the students are exhibiting great innovations, and also this is, if you love my hair, these are the people that did my hair.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Allow me to invite Associate Professor Khadija Nachinsige to give us an overview of STEAM. You are welcome, Professor.
Our chief guest, Dr. Timothy Musoke Sebanja, the acting commissioner, education, university education and training, Ministry of Education and Sports, representing our Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, our chairperson, University Council, our dear Vice Chancellor, members of the University Council, members of top management, members of Senate, deans of schools and faculties, heads of academic and administrative departments, our guild, the staff and students, our invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Associate Professor Nachinsige Hadija. I'm the head of the Department of Food Science and Technology. I take this opportunity to welcome everyone in their respective capacities. I also welcome our online audience. Members who joined us online, you are highly welcome. I welcome you to this year's Competitive Research and Grants Dissemination Conference, as well as the STEAM Festival. This is our 5th edition, and we thank everyone, our different stakeholders, our participants, our funders, other organizations that normally join us. We thank all of you for joining us, and we thank you for making it to the 5th edition of STEAM. Respected ladies and gentlemen, we are here to disseminate the findings of the research that is funded under the Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grants Scheme. But as we celebrate the Competitive Research Grants Scheme, we also take pride and celebrate the science, the technology, and the innovation that are demystified under the theme of the 5th edition, Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. We are here to display the potential of science, of innovation, to find solutions to the problems that are affecting our society. We hope that these findings will not only end to the academic audiences, but will be further expounded to benefit the greater community, to be for the betterment of humanity, for the improvement of the livelihoods of everyone, and for solving the problems that affect our neighboring societies. We thank the Kyambogo University management under the wise leadership of our lovely Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka Ratshaya, for once again generously supporting this scientific platform for all the disciplines of science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, management, as well as our Business Incubation Center, to showcase our innovations to the public through conference sessions, short talks, exhibitions, as you have seen outside, panel discussions, entertainment, as we have seen the students from vocational studies showcasing art and design. We celebrate all of you, and we congratulate everyone who has succeeded in presenting something that is innovative at the 5th edition of STEAM Festival, as well as presenting at the 5th Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference. We appreciate all our collaborators and the various stakeholders. In particular, we appreciate Kyambogo University, our management, staff, and students. We acknowledge government agencies, other universities and other institutions of higher learning, the staff and students from different high schools. A round of applause for the secondary schools who are here. You are our future innovators, and this is just a spark of to give you the interest that you need to pick in science and technology for betterment of our society, but also for advancement of our careers. We welcome you, our young friends. We also appreciate industry and private sector. The private sector that has joined us, Haji, you can wave us members really enjoyed the ride during the exhibition session. Thank you very much, our private sector, for joining us. We appreciate members of the media who have made sure that this information reaches far and wide. You are always our uncelebrated heroes. We also want to acknowledge the general public. Thank you very much for joining us for this 5th edition, but for all the other editions from the 1st to the 4th. And we encourage you to join us in all the future STEAM festivals that will come in future. I also want to encourage all of us not to forget to attend the closing ceremony, which will be held on Thursday. I know very many members, after the opening session, they tend to leave before the climax. Let's see how the climax will be on Thursday, the 24th of April, 2026, in this same venue. I also want to encourage you to enjoy all the aspects of the STEAM Festival, the presentations, pick highlights from the talks or official communications from all our invited guests. Interest yourselves in everything that is being exhibited. And I want to call upon our officials, the exhibitors, and all the ushers, and everyone whom you see wearing a STEAM festival. Yes, everyone who has a STEAM festival badge, please reach out to them for support. And dear colleagues, you give the best that you can to our participants in order to encourage them to come and join us for the future STEAM festivals, as well as the Research Grants Dissemination Conference. I want to thank our organizers, the organizing team that is led by the Chief Convener, Associate Professor Idrissa Mugampoza, who also happens to be, by the way, my immediate boss, my immediate supervisor, the Dean of Faculty of Science. And his team that is chaired by Dr. Savannah Niwagaba. We normally call her Dr. Tropical or Dr. STEAM. So Dr. STEAM and your team, we really thank you very much for once again organizing such a successful event. This is not the only event that has been organized. There were 2 other sessions that were organized. We had a 5-day boot camp for training graduate students and staff on communicating research to the different audiences. And this was also followed by a 3-day training for undergraduate students on pitching their innovations to various audiences. So you can see that it has been a full pack of events, and we appreciate the organizing committee, as well as we also appreciate management for the financial and moral support. I want to encourage all speakers and exhibitors to give your best to this conference. I want to appreciate you all, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. I'll take this opportunity to invite the Chief Convener, the Dean, Faculty of Science, to appreciate our funders and supporters, and finally invite the Vice Chancellor to address this congregation. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait now, Chief Guest, this is a festival and it's a celebration. So I rarely dance, but this committee allowed me to dance for you. This song was innovated yesterday. It's brand new. Turn on. Run away, are you?
STEM. Come see innovation. 21 to 23. We start at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. The committee muteekemu vibe.
Science and tech, we're bringing it live. Engineering, arts, feel the vibe.
Dr. Steam is over.
Yeah, climate, idea so clean. The future is now at the steam scene.
Because I talked in the morning, but when the chief guest is here, they allowed me very few minutes, and I want to use them. The song was innovated yesterday. I am asking my team who is the author. I think it is AI, which is the theme of this year's event. People use AI in a positive way, and we discourage people from the bad songs like Mukube Peva. So don't use AI to innovate such kind of songs. Let's use this one that promotes science, society development. And I think that partly demonstrates competencies, because you need competencies to use AI to be able to have such an output. So the theme of competency-based and AI for useful applications is really timely. Allow me to rely on the protocol that was listed by Professor Khadija Nachinsigi, and welcome you once again. I know the VC is going to give the official welcome remarks. So thank you so much for coming this year to celebrate with us. And with the VC's guidance, we have two components this time. The conference intertwined with the festival all together, and we are really enjoying both so much. Secondly, now I want to go a little personal on the VC to appreciate him personally for having science, technology, and innovation. Because I remember we approached you in 2022 with this proposal to have this kind of a platform. You didn't ask so many questions. You just said, go back and write a proposal. The day we brought the proposal, you say approved. Until now, we still run these things, year in, year out. Thank you so much, Professor. And all your entire top management, because I know you don't take decisions alone. And the council must approve the budget. So we don't take that for granted. We thank the participants for this year. We defined the platform, and she has defined it. Basically, we come to share. It is a sharing platform. And the theme is obvious. So, chief guest, every symbol on this backdrop has a meaning. Time may not allow, but somebody would come and demystify each and every component of those symbols in line with this year's theme. I learned last week from a guest from the University of West England that whenever we do research, we must do research with the impact to society. Don't just do research for the sake or just for publications. So whenever you sit down to write a research proposal, the first thing you should think about is how is it going to impact society. I hope management is not going to pick onto this idea, so that whenever we submit research proposals for funding, we must define on page 1 where would be your impact to society. And number 2, interdisciplinary. I didn't have an opportunity to ask Dr. Cosmas when he was here because of protocol. But you see what the volume of work they are doing in STI. Where did social science into this whole picture? They need the marketeers. They need the social sciences to go and convince the users of those innovations. Probably that's why we don't feed it so much until the slides come here. So that sect of disciplines, we must work together with them to ensure that science impacts the very lowest person who needs the outputs of scientific research. Lastly, Chair, Chief Guest, allow me to just mention the main participants who have joined us this year. First of all, we have guest speakers, because as she said, we have conference sessions and panel discussions. So every session has a keynote. So I acknowledge those. Many may be absent now. The STI Secretariat Office of President was represented. Cosmas was from there. We have participants from MAIF. We have participants from Botabika National Referral Mental Hospital, the National Curriculum Development Center, Makerere University. This water we are enjoying is offered by Crown Beverages, makers of Pepsi Cola. We have Environmental Hub, Primatrix Institute, T&N Fashion House, Kushaba Science Hub, Kanyike Skilling Center, the one of the speed vehicles. We have visiting professors. One is Professor Pastori Bushozi Magayane. Is he still here? He has left. He's a professor in the Department of Archaeology and Heritage Management, University of Dar es Salaam. He's in Kyambogo on Inter-University Council for East Africa Staff Mobility Program. Then we have Professor Richard Scott Knox. I don't know if he's here, but he was here earlier. From the Department of English, Troy University, USA. He's in Kyambogo for the Fulbright scholarship. Then chief guest from Kyambogo, we have the guild, Students Guild. Very big job. They mobilize all the students to be part of this event. Counseling and guidance, performing arts, academic registrar, convocation, university library, faculty of social science, special needs and rehabilitation, faculty of arts and humanities, faculty of engineering, faculty of agriculture, the business incubation center, school of art and industrial design, school of vocational studies, school of management and entrepreneurship, school of computing and information science, directorate of ICT, Bushenyi campus, Soroti campus, international relations, office of dean of students, and of course, the faculty of science. So almost everyone has participated in one way or the other. Last but not least, we have 6 secondary schools who have participated this year, including Gayaza High. Have they run back due to traffic? They came as exhibitors. Ndeje Senior Secondary School, are you here? Ngate muyina vibe. Welcome, Ndeje. They have exhibited, you visited their store. Budo Senior Secondary School. They are very good musicians, and they had promised us a cappella, but time may not allow today. Springfield High School, and finally, Sami Iga Memorial. They confirmed, I think they will come tomorrow, and Uganda Matters College Sunday. So lastly, I thank the committee. I'm not going to really read your names again, but if you're around, every committee member, please stand up for recognition and a round of applause. Where are you? You backbenchers, stand up for recognition. There. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. It's now my honor and pleasure to invite the Vice Chancellor to give his welcome remarks, and thereafter invite the Chairperson of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Science. Our chief guest, Dr. Timothy Sijoba, representing the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, Chairperson, Kyambogo University Council, members of council who may be around, members of top management and staff of Kyambogo University, deans of faculties and heads of departments, teaching and non-teaching staff, sponsors and partners, the guild leaders, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, the exhibitors, and every one of you. Allow me to welcome you, our guest of honor, and thank you for honoring our invitation on this very important occasion, the opening of the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference, held alongside the 5th edition of our Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Mathematics Festival. Thank you, Chairperson of Council, for putting aside all your engagements today and being here to be part of this celebration of the conference and the festival. This dual event is a powerful reflection of our commitment to advancing research, innovation, and knowledge sharing in ways that directly impact our communities and the national development agenda. As already outlined, the theme of this conference is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. And this calls upon us to rethink how knowledge is created, communicated, and applied. It challenges us to move beyond theory and ensure that our research outputs translate into tangible solutions that improve our societies across this country. This dissemination conference is particularly critical in this regard. This is because research that is not shared, applied, or scaled up has limited value. Today we celebrate not only the generation of knowledge, but also its communication, uptake, and impact. This conference also provides a platform for our researchers to showcase their findings, share lessons, and engage with stakeholders who can translate these innovations into real-world applications. As I was watching what was happening today here in the conference presentations and also in the exhibitions, I felt very happy. I was very pleased because when I joined this university, our guest of honor, in 2014, I promised to strengthen the research in the university. That was my commitment, promote research ecosystem in the university. This was on the background of my previous employment in Makerere, where I worked as the Director of Graduate Research and Training for about 10 years. And I committed myself to sharing that experience with the people in Kyambogo. In order to do that, Council established a competitive research scheme in 2018. I think this was the 4th council under the chairmanship of Professor Okedi. This competitive research scheme had many aspects. We provided research funding to researchers. It was little money, 30 million for humanities and 40 million for scientists. The purpose of this was to give them an appetite for bigger money. So you get the small money, we use that opportunity, we trained people, building their research capacity in grant writing, scholarly writing, data analysis, and accounting for the funds. We did so many trainings that I think we reached more than 400 members of staff. The competitive research scheme has gone through 10 calls, and so far, when I was looking at the beneficiaries, more than 175 staff members have benefited from this scheme. And that's a very big achievement. So I feel really gratified. Another component of this competitive research scheme was training people on how to supervise graduate students. our chief guest and chairperson council, supervision of graduate students remains a big problem in all our universities. Students spend a long time on graduate programs, masters, 6 years, PhDs, 10 years. What are you doing in all that time? And when people go abroad to study, they do it in 3 years, a PhD. I did my PhD in 2.5 years. Other people do it in 2.5 years, 3 years. But here, once you register for a PhD, you are likely to get it before you die. It is that bad. And guest of honor, people tend to supervise the way they were supervised. If they were traumatized, you are going to have a big time. If they were harassed, they are going to harass you. That is why we hear some of the supervisors telling students, car washing bay on Saturday morning. What are you going to do with the student at the washing bay on Saturday morning? Have you read the work? Are you prepared? So we had a component of teaching our members of staff how to supervise graduate students. Together with that, I made sure that we interested our members of staff in development of graduate programs, masters and PhDs. And I'm glad that members of staff took it up, and now we have many graduate programs. Most research in many universities is done through graduate students working with their supervisors and publishing with them. I was working with my supervisor who had supervised about 59 PhD students and had about 450 publications with those students. And that's the only way we can promote research in a university like ours. When we did that and people were applying for research grants, we realized the number of people that were qualifying for these grants was reducing. Why? Because I think many of us were getting very old and we are retiring. So we came up with a scheme called the Graduate Fellow Scheme, where we recruited the best performing students in the university to be mentored or to be the people to initiate the development of our own professors. In the first cohort, we recruited 60 of them. And I'm glad to say that most of these have finished their masters and have been recruited into the university. And interestingly, many of them have completed their PhDs. And chairman of council, these are some of the people who appointed lecturers in the recent promotions. We have the second cohort of about 58 students who are now doing their masters. These are very intelligent students. They spend 2 years on their masters and they have finished. And they register for their PhDs. Through that very young, energetic group of students, we are starting to build a strong research culture. Because many of the people we found here who are here in ITech days and UPK, when we tried to tell them to do research, they said, Nzemvako, I'm retiring soon. They didn't want to do research. They don't want to be bothered. After all, they're retiring soon. Why bother? Those who we tried to push, tried to do research, but they retired before they even developed a proposal. So we didn't win with that group. So we have to look for younger people, more energetic, and more willing to go out and explore the world. Together with that, building capacity, we have been able to build partnerships. A university cannot exist without partnerships, whether with industry, the research organizations, with other universities abroad. And with these partnerships, I can see very many people writing grants and winning grants. And that's what the university is supposed to do. When we started this competitive research scheme, council gave it 1 billion shillings. And Kyambogo was the only university that had that scheme, no any other university. Until Makerere, I think, managed to convince the president, and they got the research fund. Now, through our initiatives, government has come up to support our efforts. Now they have given us another 3 billion. We now have 4 billion shillings to support research. My hope is that we shall have our researchers rising up to the occasion and utilizing this money. The focus of that money is for you to show a product or an impact of the research that you are doing. It's not just getting money and you walk around, you travel around, you go to conferences. No, you must show the benefit from that scheme, from that research, and that's where we are going. I guess of one, I want to be very brief. So there are many challenges coming on as a university which we must try and embrace. The first one is AI. AI is taking us by storm. And as a country, our chief guest, I think we need an AI policy as a country. How do we use AI? The younger people are they can navigate that area very well. But us who are a bit advanced in age, we have something to learn. But we need an AI policy as a country and as a university. See how we can use AI to our benefit. Another challenge is this competence-based education and training. Our chief guest, the minister, directed that 2027-28, all universities must embrace competence-based education and training. And this deviates from the way many of us were trained. We just came to a class, a lecturer stood there and lectured and went away. And you quote what you quote. If you didn't catch it, too bad. But now the training is different. I'm told it has to be learner-centered. I don't know how that will be. But we must reorient our training to make sure that it is learner-centered. I want to really come to a conclusion. I want to appreciate you, Chairperson of Council, the 6th Council, for the support you have given to the university in terms of funding for research, and my colleagues in top management for supporting this initiative. This is the only way to go as a university. Kyambogo University is a young university. It's only 23 years. When I was doing my PhD in the University of Glasgow, I asked them how old the university was. They told me it was 650 years. For us, we are 23. And they are grappling with the same problems which we are grappling with. So we have a long way to go. But we have started a strong foundation. So I want to thank you once again, our honorable chief guest, for sparing time to come and be with us. I want to thank the organizers, led by Professor Idrissa Mgampoza, the Dean Faculty of Science, and the whole organizing team, including Engineer Anne Nakaji, Dr. Savannah Nwagaba. I know Dr. Savannah Nwagaba is a good footballer. I didn't know she had these very good strokes she was showing us here. She plays very good football, but she now has good strokes as well. I want to appreciate the pre-conference trainers, secretariat, mentors, judges, adjudicators, rapporteurs, moderators, security personnel, journalists, ICT team, performing arts and catering providers for all your contributions. I also want to thank the Department of Cosmetology and Fashion Design for their display of the models here. Honorable Minister, I want to conclude, but allow me to say that we want you to convey our best wishes to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Kaguta Yoweri Museveni, for his dedicated support to the universities and higher education in general. We want to thank him for his focus on supporting science, technology, and innovation. He has a passion for science, technology, and innovation, and he has done quite a lot in STI. I was talking to Cosmas here in the morning. They are lucky to have the eye of the president. If you have worked with the president, if you have followed him, I don't mind whether you like him or not. That's another matter. If you have followed him, even if you don't like him, take an interest in him. You should also know what your enemy is planning. If you have bothered to follow him, you know that in his vocabulary the word impossible does not exist. Impossible? No. Everything is possible as long as you put your energy to it, you focus, and you strategize. Anything is possible. I was talking to somebody in the NDP4 when they went to brief him about the futuristic plans of Uganda. They said we want to multiply our economy by 4 times in 25 years. He said, then what are you doing here? He said, we must multiply tenfold. You think that is a simple vision? Tenfold increment of our economy? That is a big leap. But to him, that is possible. And I'm sure we shall do it. So as a university, we must position ourselves to benefit from the initiatives the government has started. For example, when the government says no export of raw commodities, have you scientists sat down to see how you position yourselves to benefit from that policy? Agricultural products, so many value addition, minerals. We cannot sit back and hope that other people will do it. We are the people to do it. And the president recently said that in the next 5 years, they are going to spend money in energy generation, the railway, this railway thing, and the science education. So how has the university positioned itself to benefit from these? Are we thinking about it? So as a university, we must position ourselves to take advantage of this. I must thank the secondary schools that have come and our partners. I saw the gentleman here was showing us that car. He said he has made it. And we are very glad that he's imparting those skills in our people. So we must strengthen this partnership. So with those words, I want to say thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you, our guest of honor, Chairperson Council, and everybody for coming here to be witnesses of this emerging development. With those remarks, I want now to invite the Chairperson of Council to come and give his remarks. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University. Our chief guest, Dr. Timothy Musoke Sejjoba, Commissioner, University Education in the Ministry of Education and Sports, members of Council who are here present, the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of top management, members of Senate, deans of faculties, schools and institutes, heads of departments, teaching and non-teaching staff, the students and exhibitors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome you, Mr. Sejjoba, Dr. Sejjoba, representing the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, and all of you present to the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of the Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics Festival, where we celebrate science, technology, and innovation under the general theme of demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. This core theme is both timely and deeply relevant to our national aspirations. It speaks to our commitment as a university, and indeed as a country, to make science and innovation accessible, practical, and impactful in addressing real community challenges. As a nation, Uganda continues to pursue a development path anchored in knowledge, innovation, and human capital development. Universities such as ours are at the center of this transformation. We are not only custodians of knowledge, but also engines for innovation and societal change. This conference and STEAM festival, therefore, serves as an important platform to showcase research and innovation, bridge the gap between academics and industry, inspire young minds to pursue scientific inquiry, and translate knowledge into practical solutions for our communities. This year's main sub-theme focuses on artificial intelligence and competency-based education and training. These are not just academic concepts, they are transformative tools shaping the future of education and work in our beloved country. Artificial intelligence is redefining how we learn, work, and solve problems. It presents immense opportunities in areas such as healthcare, agriculture, manufacturing, and governance. However, to fully harness its potential, we must ensure that our education systems are aligned with emerging technologies and industry needs. This is where competency-based education and training becomes crucial. Competency-based education and training emphasizes practical skills, hands-on learning, problem-solving abilities, and industry relevance. The exhibition that we saw out there has a lot of innovations and has a lot of outputs which really show that this transformation is occurring here in Kyambogo University. As a council, we strongly support reforms that align higher education with labor market demands. We believe that integrating AI within CBET frameworks will equip our graduates not just with knowledge, but with competencies that are directly applicable in the real world. Our guest of honor, this conference and festival provides an opportunity to reflect on how we can strengthen the linkages between policy, academic practice, and industry expectations. As a council, we reaffirm our commitment to support policies that promote innovation and entrepreneurship, encourage partnerships with industry and international institutions, invest in research infrastructure and digital transformation, and promote interdisciplinary approaches that integrate science, technology, and the arts and humanities. We therefore call upon industry partners to actively engage with universities, not just as consumers of graduates, but also as co-creators of knowledge and innovation. The phrase demystifying science is particularly powerful. It challenges us to remove barriers, whether intellectual, social, or economic, that prevent communities from benefiting from scientific advancements. This means that science must reach farmers in rural areas, support small and medium enterprises, inform public policy, and improve livelihoods. At Kyambogo University, we are committed to community engagement and outreach for our mandate. We believe that innovation is most meaningful when it improves the quality of life for our people. I would like to congratulate the Vice Chancellor for spearheading the successful organization of this year's conference and STEAM Festival. A platform that not only gives an opportunity for students and staff to share knowledge and display their innovations, but also markets the university to the wider public. Schools, students, and partners, for all your dedication, advantage into solutions. It's the tremendous support from government for funding the university activities. Through you, we request for more support for the research to enable us come up with more innovations and to support viable ideas to reach commercial stage. Please send our heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the Minister of Education, Mama Janet Museveni, for their visionary leadership and continued commitment to support Kyambogo University. As I conclude, let us all reaffirm our shared responsibility to advance science, technology, and innovation for the development of our communities and our nation. On behalf of the University Council, I commit our continued support to ensure that the university will hold more of these events in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take the honor and privilege to introduce to you and invite our guest of honor, Dr. Timothy Musoke Sejoba, Commissioner, University Education and Training in the Ministry of Education and Sports, to give your remarks and declare the Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of STEM Festival officially open. Knowledge and skills for service for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Council. I would like to start with a disclaimer that apart from being a doctor of small animals, I'm yet to become a doctor, but since the Vice Chancellor is the Chair of Senate, there might be something coming up from that direction. The Chairperson of the Kyambogo University Council, the Vice Chancellor, our Chief Convener, Deans, Heads of Department, Senior Academics here present, students, including students from the high schools here, our partners from the private sector and the entire world of work. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I want to bring greetings from the Honorable Ministers of Education and Sports, from Mama, the Minister, from the Honorable Jesse Muyingo. Honorable Jesse Muyingo had intended to be here to stand in for the minister, but there are so many things happening right now, and so he couldn't be here, and that's how I end up wearing these big shoes on his behalf to be here. So allow me very quickly, I know our time is spent, to present the statement from the Honorable Minister. I do bring greetings, very warm greetings, from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. I hope that you do receive His Excellency's greetings. And I also do bear greetings from Mama, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, and our entire political leadership at the ministry. I'm honored to stand before you today at the official opening of this year's Competitive Research Grants Dissemination Conference and the 5th edition of the Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Mathematics Festival under the theme Demystifying Science, Technology and Innovation for Community Development. This theme speaks directly to the national aspirations of Uganda to transform our society through knowledge, innovation, and inclusive growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, science, technology, and innovation are no longer concepts that are reserved for laboratories and lecture halls. They are practical tools that must address real-life challenges such as poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, climate change, and public health. Therefore, demystifying STI means making it relevant, accessible, and applicable to the everyday lives of our citizens. I think as the academics here would know, we're now talking about the 4th generation university. And the 4th generation university is meant to be solving societal problems. And so when we talk about demystifying science, technology, and innovation, that's what it means. So it means ensuring innovations emerging from universities are translated into solutions that uplift communities, empower youth, and strengthen our economy. This conference and festival, therefore, provides a platform for exactly that, to bridge the gap between research and real-world impact. I'm particularly pleased to note that the core sub-theme of this event, Artificial Intelligence and Competence-Based Education and Training, Reforms in Higher Education Institutions in Uganda, Policy, Practice, and Industry Alignment. This focus is both strategic and necessary. Artificial intelligence is reshaping industries globally. For Uganda, artificial intelligence presents an opportunity to leapfrog traditional development pathways. However, this comes with the responsibility. We must invest in artificial intelligence, literacy, as well as skills development, and ensure its ethical and responsible use, but also promote locally relevant AI solutions that address our unique challenges. So it was good during the exhibition to see some of our students trying to come up with AI solutions that are useful to us, to our farmers, to our business people, and to all of us. Universities like Kyambogo must take lead in AI research, innovation, and capacity building. On the other hand, government through the Ministry of Education and Sports is committed to the competence-based education and training reforms to ensure that our graduates are not only knowledgeable but also skilled. They are also innovative and they are employable. Competence-based education and training emphasizes practical skills and hands-on learning, problem solving and critical thinking, and alignment with labor market needs. This approach is essential if we are to address the challenges of graduate unemployment and enhance productivity. For confidence-based education and training and AI initiatives to succeed, there must be strong alignment between policy frameworks and teaching practices, as well as industry needs and expectations. I therefore call upon universities in partnerships with the industry. And I would like to thank the university for including industry in our exhibition here. Industry should actively participate in curriculum development and training, and researchers to focus on innovations that are scalable and commercially viable. In the same vein, competitive research conference is a critical component of this event. It underscores the importance of funding high-impact research. Government remains committed to supporting research through various funding mechanisms, but we also encourage collaborators to expand research funding. The inclusion of arts in STEM while forming STEAM is particularly at the intersection of science and creativity. By integrating arts and humanities, we foster creativity and design thinking and enhance communication and storytelling in science, and therefore make science more engaging and accessible to the public. This is essential for truly demystifying science. So I'd like to commend Kyambogo University for coming up with a STEAM now, and I see that it is growing. The STEAM is growing. So I'd like to congratulate you on that. The call to action now is that all students should embrace science, technology, and innovation. I would like to ask the students to be curious, to be creative, to be courageous in solving society's problems. To the researchers and academicians, please focus on impactful research that addresses community needs and contributes to national development. To our industry partners, let us encourage you to actively participate with universities, co-create solutions, and provide opportunities for practical training. To the university leadership, continue fostering an environment that supports innovation, collaboration, and excellence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of Uganda lies in our ability to harness knowledge, merely academic gatherings. They are catalysts for transformation of our beloved nation. I encourage all participants to actively engage and share knowledge and seize opportunities that this conference and festival presents. I've witnessed some of the prospective innovations that have been exhibited in various stalls, commercial venture. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the Kyambogo University leadership, Chairman Council, the Vice Chancellor, and the entire management for your commitment to the growth of this university and for the work, very hard work, that has climaxed into this very important event. Thank you so much, and we are glad to know that Kyambogo is now a peaceful institution that is growing and determined to grow. We congratulate you on this.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. We are so honored. Another round. Another round of applause. Sorry for that moment. He has officially opened our 3 days event. The conference started today. We are continuing tomorrow. We invite you to all come here at 8:30 so that we continue with the conference, and also on Thursday. We shall have the closing ceremony on Thursday at 3 p.m. But please come for the conference tomorrow. We have a lot to discuss by the researchers. And we are going to have a photo moment. Our chief guest, we are requesting that you take photos outside at our photo booth with the organizing committee, with others who are present, so that we have a memory of today. But before we take a photo moment, the organizing committee chairperson and also the whole entire organizing committee has prepared a small token of appreciation, which is a gift. In our culture, wherever someone comes to our home, we always offer a gift. The Vice Chancellor is going to hand over that gift to our chief guest and also our chairperson council as we all clap. Thank you for coming. Please come back again. We appreciate your being around. So our photo booth is outside. We are going to stand up for anthems and then we shall move out at once for photo moments.
Before the anthems, allow me to acknowledge that School of Education was part of this event. Thank you.
Everybody, this is an announcement time. If your announcement is not announced here, then it's never. We have a fitness session for STEAM, 3 days. It is always outside here. Please come and join us to be fit. After all, even the public service advises us to have 2 days, 1 hour off per day for fitness. Please join us. Anthems.
Kyambogo University, what a mighty center you are. We owe to you, we entrust our future today. Among these skills and knowledge, you freely and truly give out. The nation's long and progress, we surely shall succeed. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you for the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the effort to provide the skills through the young and the old in education, such another phase, beyond the scope, prevalent. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. I remain Jennifer Sibo. I am the Senior Public Relations Officer, Office of the Vice Chancellor, with my colleague.
Smart Sunainomicha, you work in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, and one of the pioneer graduate fellows, Vice Chancellor for that. Thank you. We are going out for a photo moment, and we shall have the organizing team. We shall have the high table, our chief guests and the team. Then they will be joined by the organizing team, headed by Professor Mugampoza, and the entire STEAM festival, headed by Associate Professor here. And then the people have been supporting. So I request that the chief guests, Chairperson Council and Vice Chancellor, we can get out here to this, where we have our And the others, the students, this is your great opportunity, by the way, to rub with big shots. I can assure you, you will never remain the same. Yes, you know, once an opportunity knocks, you must grab it. So please don't leave without a picture. And after here, you can even post somewhere on Twitter. The LinkedIn, you know, LinkedIn does many things. You know, I am aspiring to be a professor in Kyambogo because I was dining with the professors. That's how you start the journey. So feel free to be able to take it to that level on LinkedIn. But thank you so much for joining us today and for being patient with us. And I enjoyed the head of department from fashion. I felt like I need to join you for some session. So something is good there. Yeah. And our media team, people who have been on the camera, and the entire PA system guys, you have been nice. We salute you, you have been good. And then the interpreters, we shall prepare for you next time some rock boom. But you did a good job. So let's meet up tomorrow and we see how we can take this conference forward.